We do this. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 6:30 p.m. on Monday, December 2nd, 2024. We will now take a moment for reflection or prayer. The City of Medicine Hat acknowledges that we live and work on treaty territory. The city pays respect to all Indigenous peoples and honors their past, present, and future. We recognize and respect their cultural heritages and relationships to the land. We now have an announcement or a comment from Councillor Dumanowski.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to with your indulgence, take a moment to recognize the passing of former City Administrative Officer Ray Bernard. Ray Bernard passed away on October 1st at the age of 72 years. It's no secret that Mr. Bernard loved the City of Medicine Hat so much. In fact, he loved it so much he served as City Manager on 2 separate stints. Ray was the first City CAO in 1989 when the MGA created the position to replace the Chief Commissioner designation. He held that post until 1995. He went away and then he rejoined the organization in 2008 to 2013 as the City Municipal Services CAO. So, and at that time we actually had 2 different departments or areas of leadership, and so he was at the helm on the municipal services side. It's interesting to note that the successor for Mr. Bernard's first term was Bob Nicolay, who served from 1995 to 1999, and then he returned again as well for round 2 in 2018, and he replaced City Manager Maretta Heglin, who also returned for a short stint as CAO. So we have something good here that brings people back. I had the pleasure of being working with Ray as a city councillor at the time, his second time here, and I remember him fondly as a strong and effective leader who certainly believed in our community. He was a straight shooter and at times very strong-willed, but he was always had the city's best interests at heart, and had the privilege of leading several significant initiatives in the city's history, including the Box Springs Business Park, getting that underway and under his leadership. The downtown redevelopment plan at the time was adopted. He was a driving force in establishing the local DMO, the Destination Marketing Organization. He played a pivotal role in advancing the Regional Events Center, now called Co-op Place. And at that time, that was the biggest or largest capital project ever undertaken by the city, so quite an achievement. He guided the city's preparation and recovery efforts during the 2013 devastating floods, which affected the River Flats, Harlow, Riverside by significant floodwaters. At that time, he helped Council of the Day secure funding, which ultimately led to the berms that we all appreciate and take for granted to some extent. As a legacy to our community and its preservation. And last but not least, to top it off, he supported the decorative lighting for our historic Finley Bridge. So city managers come and go, but we certainly appreciate the challenges that come with that role, as I'm sure City Manager Mitchell can attest. But we tonight pay homage to our former City Manager, Ray Bernard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dumanowski. Before I forget, Mayor Clark, are you online or? And can we see your face?
Yes and yes.
Thank you. We'll move on to the adoption of previous council meeting minutes. Regular council meeting minutes, November 18th, 2024. Are there any concerns or objections? And special city council meeting minutes, November 25th, 2024. Any concerns or objections? Hearing no objections, council adopts the minutes of November 18th, 2024, regular city council meeting as presented. And hearing no objections, council adopts the minutes of November 25th, 2024, special city council meeting as presented. We are going to adopt the agenda. Are there any concerns from the agenda? Hearing none, we will adopt the agenda. Council adopts the agenda for December 2nd, 2024, regular city council meeting as presented. Item 7, any councillor announcements? No? Okay. We will move on to number 8, council consent agenda. Would anyone like to pull any items from the consent agenda for discussion? Okay. So then we move right on. Delegations? Okay. So don't we have to adopt the? We need a motion, yeah.
I'll make a motion that we adopt the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you,
I'll second
Councillor
that.
Robbins. Thank you. And we will vote.
I vote yes.
Yeah, I vote yes. I vote yes. Thank you. Okay. It's going to be a fun night, people. Moving on to delegations. I think the city manager, Mitchell, if you could provide an introduction for us this evening for our presentation.
Thank you, and through the chair, we have Paul Carolyn, Chief Executive Officer for Halo Air Ambulance here to make a presentation, and I will turn it over to Managing Director Hutter to introduce.
Thank you, and through the chair, Mr. Carolyn is in attendance tonight on behalf of Halo to present a request to City Council for a multi-year financial contribution of $250,000 per year in operating funding for a term of 5 years. And with that, I'd like to invite Mr. Carolyn.
Just over there, Paul. Yeah. Thank you, Managing Director Hutter. Welcome, Mr. Paul. Nice to see you.
As aware, in 2023, you took the leadership position of providing operational funding to Halo at a time when we were in an excellent position as far as our program and our stability was concerned. It was critical for us to have the City of Medicine Hat at our table as part of an ongoing advocacy with the local regional municipalities as well as with the province of Alberta. In our history since 2007, we have only ever received one funding contribution from the City of Medicine Hat in a small grant of $75,000 from the gas distribution company, which recognized the fact that we were serving the people that were responding to that work outside of the city. But having the city join us last year on a 2-year multi-year agreement was a pivotal part of Halo's history, and we're very proud of that. So in addition to our request tonight, we do want to say thank you for you taking that leadership position. It was incredibly insightful. And while we recognize that sometimes it's difficult for councillors to make decisions and commit future councils to financial commitments in particular, I think I would take the opportunity to point out that nothing substantial and nothing remarkable happens in 4 years. And so this is an opportunity for us to continue that process. As part of our presentation to council tonight, we wanted to give you an update on where we stand as far as our funding is concerned, and this presentation is 2023 completely. So as you can see, the distribution continues to be quite balanced. We think that a balanced fund development approach is incredibly important to the HALO program, while having the provincial government at the table certainly provides stability. Having partnerships with the City of Medicine Hat and regional municipalities is the second piece of the puzzle that makes sure that HALO will continue to be here to serve our communities for well into the future. This past year, our mission statistics stayed fairly similar. In 2021, the lion's share of our responses are pre-hospital care or emergency medical scene calls, 72% in 2022 and 84% in 2023. I think one thing that is really important for council to recognize outside of the mission statistics is that because HALO is here, we do have a very strong voice at the provincial government. And we're right now in the middle of meaningful conversations with Alberta Health and with the provincial government about significant changes to the way that helicopters are dispatched in the province. And we expect to see these numbers grow considerably in 2025, as well as see that diversity continue to grow. We've had some incredibly successful missions almost immediately following the funding announcement with the Medicine Hat Fire Department, and we've been on several files with the Medicine Hat Police Service that have resulted in closures of those files, not only resulting in positive outcomes for the community, but also saving extensive amount of investigative time on the behalf of the Medicine Hat Police Service. This is a new statistic for you from last year, so just gives you a sense of the type of calls we respond to. So 14% in agriculture, and then you can see the breakdown from there. Motor vehicle collisions still continue to be the lion's share of what we respond to on an annual basis. Helicopters are used for the most serious calls, and motor vehicle collisions tend to be the ones that have the most serious impacts on patients and the community. And for 2023, an update here on our missions breakdown. So Cypress County continues to represent a significant portion of our annual call volume, and then 2% in the county of 40 Mile, 25% in Newell, 11% in Taber, 8% other, which is the rest of Southern Alberta, 2% in Medicine Hat, and 8% in special areas. When council made the decision to support HALO financially, the original request was for 5 years, which was heard and presented. The executive leadership team came back with a very intelligent approach to what that recommendation should look like, and they recommended 2 years out of capital reserves and for the remaining 3 years to go back to the budget process. We commend the ELT and council on that decision. We think that the fiscal responsibility piece is incredibly important to not only council but to HALO. It certainly is built into our culture, making sure that every dollar goes as far as it possibly can. Because there's no process for HALO to advocate for itself throughout the budget process at ELT, we end up being here tonight with you and looking for us to continue that remaining 3-year request just in a bit of a different format. So our case for support aligns with several of the council's strategic priorities, not only your original strat plan, but also your revised one for the final year of this current term. The concept that health is a provincial jurisdiction is not lost on HALO. We worked for the past part of almost 18 years to make sure that we had the funding in place that we needed. And after finally getting the province on the table, we talk a lot about making sure that we're not fully funded by the province because we want to be here for the community. We want to provide services to the police, fire, and search and rescue. We were on a call just last week where if you were near City Hall, you would have seen us searching for an elderly man who walked away from a care facility, flying very low level across the river, trying to make sure that we could find him in an expedited fashion. But as times change, and I think potentially the last time that we had clear definitions about roles and responsibilities and boundaries for jurisdiction, we would have to look back to the days when councillors were called aldermen. Because today, change is constant. And I was just on a meeting last week with a city councillor from Grand Prairie who on the record posted a comment that if Alberta Health were to be willing to establish a care facility in Grand Prairie, he was saying that the city of Grand Prairie would be on board not only politically, but also financially. This is a community approach to public safety and healthcare. And having the city at the table is incredibly important to HALO, and we definitely want you to stay there. Understanding the fiscal constraints of tax implications and budgets, and having a really good insight into the process council has gone through over the last months, trying to make sure that you get the services we need, but maintaining the cost of living for people across our community, HALO recognizes that. And therefore, our request to council is revised. In the 2023-2024 fiscal year and subsequently the 24-25 fiscal year, the City of Medicine Hat provided $1 million to HALO. We could never say thank you enough for that. We're incredibly grateful for that, and it will make us stable going into the future for years and years to come. But recognizing that you are asking all departments to take cuts and find ways to save money, we wanted to provide an opportunity for council to consider an alternative request. And so therefore, we're presenting a request to drop the amount by 50% annually, but extend it out to 6 years. So the total commitment of the $2.5 million request that we made in 2023 remains the same, but we're suggesting that perhaps it could be leveraged over a longer period of time at a lower amount, which would keep the City of Medicine Hat at our table and aligned very closely with regional municipalities that are here to make sure that we have the best for our citizens all across Southern Alberta. And then just quickly, we never stop planning, we never stop working. And so on the horizon are several enhancements. We're still talking with Chief Chad Eakins about the potential of how we can support wildfires in the City of Medicine Hat. We have acquired a firefighting bucket, which allows us to collect water and drop it on fires. We've talked very specifically about Police Point Park and Strathcona Park and being able to protect the surrounding homes that are there. We're in the process of having some conversations about developing a HALO Academy, which will focus heavily on training rural first responders on recognizing particularly cardiac events. There's some very, very strategic work happening out of Lethbridge and Chinook Regional Hospital on increasing cardiac care in Southern Alberta. We also are anticipating that addition of a cath lab in Lethbridge will result in a significant increase in interfacility transfers out of the Medicine Hat Hospital. And so we want to be able to provide that support. We're having and have requested from the provincial government a grant for a new aircraft. And finally, as we did present, and if council remembers, we talked about a dedicated paramedic pilot program, which we expect to have some conversations with Alberta Health by the end of the year. Again, that is very important and strategic to council because it would mean that we're not depleting the pool from the local paramedics that are serving the community now. We would have additional paramedics that would allow us to enhance that pool as well as cover the communities around the city. And that's all. I'm happy to take questions through the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carolyn. I appreciate your presentation, and always I'm a big supporter. Is there anyone that would like to? Councillor Dumanowski.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Carolyn, thank you for your presentation. None of it's new to us, but or to the community. It certainly ought not be. Appreciate the revised approach that has been put forward. Perhaps making it more feasible or palatable for this council to consider. In saying that, just a couple of comments and then a question. So I'd also appreciate the kind of the diversified approach that you're taking with HALO. You have the staffing, you have the aircraft, it's there. Putting it to good use makes great sense, and it's certainly going to serve your mandate and the community better. I wrote down here your community approach to public safety is not lost on anyone, nor is the fact that we have a budget we have to consider. So we're not talking about that at the moment, but it is a balancing act, but one that we have to take seriously. I know you've alluded to this before, and I know those who are at home perhaps are thinking about it or begging to ask the provincial approach to your funding and other municipalities or regional authorities who in your platform or your presentation you indicated kind of a percentage of response time to them. Can you just speak overall to that representation as far as dollars is concerned, please?
Thank you. Through the chair, Councillor Dumanowski, thank you for the question. So our original approach was based when I joined Halo based on the history, we were trying to get to a one-third approach. So one-third the provincial government, one-third regional municipalities, and one-third Halo. We were successful in getting the provincial government to about 45%, and so therefore it represented a significantly higher portion than what we had planned. And so now, based on our own inflationary pressures and cost increases, recruitment and retention of pilots is incredibly challenging, and at the level of which the expertise and experience we need our pilots to be, they're some of the highest paid pilots in the country and certainly competitive in the world. And so as our budgetary pressures continue to grow, we're focusing on a one-quarter approach. So our goal is 25% on an ongoing basis over a multi-year term with the province, securing the similar 25% from regional municipalities. We're currently at about 22%. And then between our work, we divide Halo's work into two things: the funds that Halo specifically raises through our own initiatives, and then the work that we do through other philanthropic means, corporate donations, individual donations, wills and estates, those types of things. And each of those could represent an additional quarter, bringing us the total to 100. The more important piece to your question, if I could, is the commitment. And therefore, while the request for Halo to the city remains the same of $2.5 million, having the city at the table at a lower amount for a longer time actually is better for us. That stability that allows us to be really deliberate about our fundraising and being respectful of every dollar that's being contributed to the program is the direction that I think is the most sustainable and certainly the one that I'm advocating for.
Just a quick closing comment. I appreciate those answers. I'm a huge supporter. Thank you.
Councillor Robbins.
Thank you, and through the chair. I appreciate that the information you brought today is brief because you're doing a presentation, and I'm sure there's more information behind it. But I think what I feel like I'm missing and would need to know is the number of missions. You have the percentage of which, and so two questions: what the total number of missions, and then if you've had any success with other municipal funders for 2024 commitments already.
Thank you. Through the chair, Councillor Robbins. Yes, we don't often give the actual number, and that isn't to be misleading. It's that, like our fire department, we track our statistics by every time the phone rings. We may not fly every time the phone rings. In fact, the helicopter may not even get pulled out. But if, as a dedicated public safety entity, if we don't have the helicopter and the hangar and the pilots and the training, then the phone couldn't ring. And therefore, for 2023, I will tell you, although it's not in the presentation, our calls for service were about 143. And on 2024, we'd be tracking very similarly. The caveat to that statement is that by all accounts, Halo is approximately 8 times underutilized. And so we are predicting a significant increase in 2025 based on the conversations that we're having with Alberta Health about dispatch, which we also think will also improve ground dispatch, not only within the city, but in the surrounding area. And so if that number holds true, we would be looking at flying 5 to 6 missions a week. And the statistics that would then correlate with that would be somewhere calls for service and sometimes around 8 times that amount.
So my second question was about municipal funders. Have they come to the table for you for 2024?
Thank you. So no formal agreements are in place. However, we have long-term commitments from Cypress County, the County of 40 Mile, the County of Newell special areas. And then we have smaller amount contributions that have been going on for more than a decade and continue from the remaining 7 counties and municipalities in southern Alberta. So there's 13 areas we respond to, and we receive annual funding from 12 of them.
Councillor McGrogan.
Thank you, and through the chair, just to build on Councillor Robbins' questions, we had a conversation, I can't remember if it was during your last presentation or afterward, and the feedback that I hear is varied from the community about municipal support for Halo. And I think I mentioned that I think it would be really helpful if we could determine how many addressees were from Medicine Hat. Because I think, we think, oh, it's just to help the farmer who's injured in the field out there, and we always think it's from somewhere else. But I'm guessing that a majority of these missions relate to Medicine Hat residents. And I'm wondering if you were able to mine any data that could support, I guess, the belief or the misbelief about how much it really does benefit Medicine Hatters.
Thank you. Through the chair, Councilor McGorgan. Yeah, we've had that conversation several times, and I appreciate you asking the question again. It's incredibly important, and we did try to mine that data through Alberta Health. Due to privacy reasons and the fact that we don't have our own clinical staff on board the helicopter, there was some resistance and some administrative burden for them to be able to provide that statistic. Recognizing how important it is not only to this conversation, but any conversation we have going forward, we did try to anecdotally look back at 2023 and determine that number for you. And we were able to, I think with some accuracy, determine that somewhere between 45 and 50% of our annual call volume in Cypress County and County of 40 Mile probably would be the next one, were or directly Medicine Hat residents or had ties to Medicine Hat through where they work or where their businesses took place. So while I can't put an Alberta Health Service statistic in front of you, which I wish I could, that's the information we could find based on the investigative work we were able to do with our call volume and that mission review.
Well, thank you. I guess you were expecting that. I appreciate the answer. It's a way better answer than the last time. So thanks for at least being able to give us some estimate. I think that would give residents that are listening some, I guess, some knowledge that will help them make the decision. And strong supporter. Thank you.
Councillor Knodel.
Thank you, and through the chair to Mr. Carolan. So I appreciate your comments about the reality of HALO needing a cross-jurisdictional funding model. It makes sense to me. I think that there's a lot of things that I see in this chair that I believe require an integrated approach. And it does make sense to me why you're going that route and why that's successful elsewhere too. So I have a question for you, and then I have a question for admin. So do you think it's possible for HALO to be self-sustaining, or will it always depend on fundraising to be operational? So we'll start there, and then if you don't mind, I'll ask the administrative question.
Thank you through the chair. Councillor Cono, that's perhaps one of the most unique questions I've ever gotten. Thank you. I appreciate that. So self-sustaining in our world is a unique question to answer. As I mentioned, having the provincial government at or below 50%, I would suggest to you is the best model possible. It covers a significant portion of our fixed operational costs, which makes the fundraising for program delivery, training and outreach, coordination, administration, and other event coordination, leaves that to us to raise the difference. The reason that I say that that's so important is because I don't want anybody in Edmonton telling me what we can do any more than you want anybody in Edmonton telling you what you can do. And so by having Alberta Health Services at or below 50%, we can build a public safety model that allows us to provide services when that gentleman is missing from a care facility in the city, or whether there's a family member missing and perhaps has left the city and is potentially planning to harm themselves, and we can find them very quickly. We wouldn't be able to do those things. We wouldn't be able to support the Medicine Hat Police Service on files. We wouldn't be able to support search and rescue on files because they're going to expect us to keep those hangar door closed unless they need us. And so for that reason, I think having the provincial government at or below 50% is critical. The only way, and for the context to your question, the only way for us to be self-sustaining would be to have them at 90% or more. Because at the end of the day, being connected to the community and being able to have our ear to the ground about what's important to the community is only going to happen if we're in the community's, in their eye all the time. And that we do that through fundraising, we do that through community events, we do that through community supports. And so for that reason, I think it's incredibly important to do it the way that we do. The other thing that I would say that I think supports my position on your question is that we perhaps have the best delivery model from a fiscal perspective you could ever consider. Because we have to raise at least half, we are incredibly frugal, right? The joke once upon a time from a board member was that we used to cut pencils in half so we had 2 to give away. that doesn't actually happen, but it does talk to the culture and the aspect to which Halo believes fiscal stewardship is incredibly important, and being able to stand in front of financial partners and say, we're doing everything we can to not only raise enough to make sure we are sustainable, but to keep our costs in line as much as possible while respecting the fact that it's a highly technical, highly advanced form of mission-based flying and technology and aviation. And so there's always a balance between, finding the sweet spot for that. But we do think that having a public-private partnership represents the best way to do this for the long term.
I really appreciate that, and I don't mean to come across ignorant by asking a question like that, but it's very valuable, I think, to myself and those who aren't familiar with the model of fundraising and fund development that you have, and I think what was meaningful to me is just hearing that when your community is part of the reason why you're able to be operational, they're invested in your success, and that's valuable. So thank you for sharing that. Through the chair to admin, lately we've had a goal to support organizations with capital grants, especially nonprofits. What risks do you see with the city agreeing to long-term operational funding when the public messaging has been focused on capital?
Through the chair to Councillor Knodel, we've always maintained that we are comfortable doing the capital requests, but not the ongoing operational requests. One of the biggest concerns is if it's something outside of council's mandate or purview that should be dealt with from another level of government, then we feel like that's something that if we take it over in an operational capacity, we will have that forever. And that, in my mind, goes a long way towards downloading. So that's something to be very cautious of, and I think that's why we've always steered away from the operating. There's other things as well too, but in the essence of time, I won't carry on.
Can I ask a quick last comment? So through the chair to Mr. Carolan, so say council changes, we're in support tonight, and you get the approval that you need, and then inevitably that the next council isn't in support. How do you respond to that as an organization?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. Great final question. We respect that city councils and the executive leadership team's approach to this. What's interesting about the process, certainly from our experience from when we were here before, was, I think, to City Manager Mitchell's point, there's no pathway for us to even have a conversation about operational funding with the ELT. They did everything they could to include it in a budget line item that made sense, and based on the way that the budget process worked, it didn't exceed the threshold with which to be presented as part of the entire operating budget. So I think there's some administratively bureaucratical pieces to this that are beyond my purview. I don't know that I would be in a position or should be in a position to answer that. More directly to your question, I'm happy to be here every year and making sure that council understands the priority and the importance of a service like this. And we do believe, and I recognize that it doesn't drill down to the economics, it doesn't drill down to the statistics. But the fact of the matter is that Halo contributes to who we are as a community, and I know that that's incredibly important to council, and I think that as partners we can take that as many years as possible, and we're happy to continue to advocate on our behalf until such time, if such time, there is a way for operating grants to be handled more directly and through a specific process.
You wanted to jump in, City Manager Mitchell?
Thank you. Just to follow up on Mr. Carolan's point, and also to Councillor Knodel, just to expand on her question. One of the other things too that Council highlighted in their updated priorities that we recently adopted was a list of service and service deliveries. So I do think that we need to have a broader conversation on what services we are delivering and what service Council wants us to deliver. So Halo is outside of our scope currently, but I still think it's an important part of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hirsch.
Well, that last conversation kind of stole a little bit of my thunder, I guess, where I was going, but I do want to discuss a little bit in terms of, and Paul, I'm going to forgive the preamble, you guys do tremendous work, et cetera. That all the standing, I absolutely know the value of it. I guess I think about, you know, we talk about the vulnerability of that precious dollar, and I think about longevity. I reflected on the one slide that you have that's on the horizon, firefighting program enhancement, Halo Academy, aircraft, dedicated paramedics, pilot program. And all I can think of is going back to your original point saying, we'd love to get to a level of 25% contributions that totals 100%. But that's on current operations. So the challenge is, again, if in fact your current operations due to expansion of the programming, which again, all power to you. I think if you've got a winning formula and it makes sense, there's economies of scale, I'll accept all the arguments. The only challenge is that formula at the end of the day comes short when we said, okay, we're gonna develop a finite amount of money that we're gonna contribute. And when the program grows, and I can't remember the numbers, but let's just say $10 million, and now it's gonna be 12 million. So then the number, the denominator, or the amount of money that you require is gonna be a larger amount. So I guess I'm wondering out loud, any enhancements to programming, you know, is it your belief it must come from stable funding, or is that as you expand, and I get it, you've got a board of directors that are passionate and want to see expansion, but then that puts pressure on the fundraising piece. And I just want maybe your comments on what does that mean? Because even when you step forward from the original helicopter you had and amped it up to the one, and I get the whole rationale, but that was a considerable increase to the operating costs. And again, depending on the discretionary fundraising you can get, depends on the environment, the economy, et cetera, what people can give. Just your thoughts on that. And I'm not trying to be the negative Nelly on this, but what I'm looking for is a realistic understanding of if we create this funding over the 6 years, we almost create a precedence. So that, good for you, brilliant idea, that at the end of the day, we can say, well, we funded it for this long, so we might as well keep going. So I love the wedge idea, but I just want your feedback with some of the comments, and I do have another question for you after that.
Thank you. Through the chair, Councillor Hirsch, I really appreciate the question. My approach to what we do every day is truly entrepreneurial, and I realize that I'm certainly speaking to the choir in your case, particularly when I talk about finance and budgets and things like that. But as you know, there's two ways to handle your costs. There are either find more money or reduce your costs. And I would suggest to you, without going into specific details, I'm not in a position to be fully forthcoming on all of those potential program enhancements in the future, but there are elements of those program enhancements that actually will reduce our overall burden. You know, an integrated hangar facility, for instance, would be something that we believe we can fully capitally fund through fiscal philanthropic donations, corporate contributions, and partnerships with the provincial government through the Community Facility Enhancement Program. And therefore, while there are costs to operating a facility like that, there's also significant benefit and cost savings in not having to pay other hangar lease costs or rent or office rent and things like that. And so that in one particular way would be one of those situations where on paper, as you're considering it, you're going, Paul, you're asking for money, but these things are going to cost you more. They won't, in my opinion. The dedicated pilot program for paramedics, we will not, and you have my word, we will not let the Alberta government not fully fund those paramedics. They're doing it now. We have on-duty Alberta Health Service medics that we take with us instead of them going by ground. The government needs to remain responsible for that service delivery. So that won't increase our cost. However, because we are entrepreneurs, like many of you around the table, we can do it cheaper than what the government does it for. And therefore, again, the cost burden lowers. And so while we continue to advocate for funding, it isn't because our bottom line is growing, it's because the stability is incredibly important. The long term, to your point about increasing the number of years at a lower value, is strategic. Thank you for pointing it out. It was strategic and intentional. Having the City of Medicine Hat as a partner at the table gives credibility to this program that it didn't have before. And as I said in my last presentation, we are intentionally located in Medicine Hat. It is absolutely the best place for us to be, and the city benefits from us being here. I use the example in public services that I'm here because of Halo. I probably wouldn't be if they weren't. We have a pilot whose wife is a doctor in town. I know we're talking a lot about recruitment and retentions of physicians. So those are just two small examples of what this investment means as far as an overall community health and benefit position is.
No, and I appreciate that. And I wanted to pick up on the argument that was talked about provincial funding, and the city manager spoke to it as well. There's different models out there. There's a couple other regional providers within Alberta. What is their, and I truly don't really know, so I'm not trying to do a leading question, but the allocation from the provincial government's different for every regional provider, and there's one major one and one other regional one, but maybe elaborate a little bit on that. And then I guess, Councillor Dumanowski speaks to it, like the inquiring minds of the taxpayer would like to understand why the inequities. It seems like the larger service provider certainly gets more money. I get the point you made about flexibility, and I certainly appreciate it. I sit on police commission and recognize, as you do as well, the value that you can bring in terms of the service. So just wanted to get your feedback. I know it becomes a bit inflexible, but again, when we talk about the domain of health provision accordingly to municipal versus provincial, that argument still sticks around. I hear it all the time. So just maybe your feedback on that.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. So I can give you the baseline. So all three programs in Alberta are eligible for up to 50%. There is still some inequity in the delivery of that. So one was provided a 10-year agreement, which is truly where all of us need to be. That's how you can make meaningful plans about the future and have some, real, very specific and deliberate conversations about what those numbers look like as inflationary pressure grows in the future and program developments can contribute to the bottom line. So the other two programs, Halo and Hero, are eligible for 5 years at this time. STARS was offered and was able to sign a 10-year agreement, which is also representative of their first agreement. So I think that precedent was set. So there is still inequity from that perspective, but fiscally, we are all eligible for the same. Halo has, in many ways, been its own worst enemy because we've gotten the job done, before the city joined us, before the province joined us. And so, we continue to do it for pennies on the dollar compared to what some of the other operators do. But I think the most relevant example to your question is Hero. So Wood Buffalo gives Hero approximately 35% of their annual operating budget. And then they're eligible to get up to the 50% from the Alberta government through health. So similarities, certainly. In Fort McMurray's case, Wood Buffalo is a significant municipality as far as land mass and remoteness is concerned. And so that they respond significantly within just that one rural municipality, whereas Halo certainly responds in Cypress County year over year as more than anywhere else, but we also respond across the latter part of the province as well. So I think, your point is taken. In some ways, Councillor Canoto's point comes back to light. Everything is potentially different with different governments. I talked about change is constant, and we may be in one of the most significant changes in recent history with the election in the U.S. and some of the conversations that are going around the table right now. Honestly, I'm preparing to be ready in case the Premier calls and says, "Paul, we need Halo to fly the border." Right? There's no jurisdictional conversation about that. That's the will of one person who is doing the best they can for the province. And I think that's probably the most important thing that I would say. I can't express how much I appreciate your role and the lack potentially of the appreciation of that role. But it takes courage to lead, and this is one of those cases where, like I said, council took a significant leadership position, and we're hoping that you will do so again.
Thanks, Paul. Appreciate it.
Is everyone okay? Thank you so much, Paul. We appreciate that, and always a great presentation, and always have the answers.
Thank you, Council, for your time.
Yes, thanks, Paul. I believe Councillor Sharps has a motion to,
I do. With council's indulgence, I would like to move 12, which is the Southwest Regional Stormwater Drainage Committee, to now, so they do not have to watch our entire budget presentation. I appreciate, and I think they appreciate that too. So they're sitting on the top row. If council would grant me that, I'd make that motion.
I'll second that motion.
okay, and we will have a vote.
I vote yes.
I vote yes, Steph.
Thank you.
And that passed. So City Manager Mitchell, would you like to do the introductions for us?
Thank you. Through the chair, the group has been before us to make a presentation. There's been considerable work done on the background on the committee. We've had both council and administration going to these meetings, and we had the group come back today because there's been quite a few updates, and they are here to answer any questions for council.
Sounds great. Thanks, City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you, Council Hyder, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today and an update to the Southern Regional Stormwater Drainage Committee. I know I'm very appreciative of getting us in here before we discuss all the budget information. So just to provide you a little bit of background on the Southern Regional Stormwater Drainage Committee and how it formed. Back in the 2010s, there were a number of significant rain and snow events that led to damaging flooding in the southern region of Alberta within the catchment area between Lethbridge and Medicine Hat. As a result of those events, the Southern Regional Stormwater Drainage Committee was formed to develop a solution, including solutions to those frequent storm events. Medicine Hat joined the committee in 2014, and by 2016, a drainage plan was developed that recommended the completion of 7 projects. As you might remember, between 2019 and 2023, the committee requested to council that they support financially one of the projects, and that was the Horsefly Spillway. Council passed a resolution at that time supporting the committee in principle only, while we focused on our own overland flow protection strategy. And then in 2023, the committee worked together to draft a governance agreement with the intent to formalize a Southern Regional Stormwater plan and identify the requirements of the members of the committee, including the financial contributions. Here on the screen, you can see a map of the catchment area between Lethbridge and Medicine Hat. It shows the 7 projects that are part of that plan. The projects highlighted in green are those that have been completed or we are working towards completing. So they're either in design or construction phase. You'll see that project up in the top left corner, Horsefly Spillway. That's the project that funding was requested on in the past. Split into 3 phases. One project has been completed. One phase, has been completed. One's moving into construction right now. The other one we're working on final design before we go to tender here shortly. Projects highlighted in red are those that will make up the plan and the governance agreement, and those that are to be completed. You'll notice those on the right-hand side, Murray Lake Reservoir expansion and the Paradise Creek Dry Dam are those 2 that would benefit the City of Medicine Hat the most, as they help control flow into 7 Persons Creek, which flows through Medicine Hat. So let's talk about the governance agreement. It's essentially a legal document that lays out the framework and key governing principles for our governing body that is to be formed by the committee members. The type of governing body to be formed has yet to be agreed upon, but there are further discussions planned with the committee, and we here in the short next few months. Additional details within the agreement include the purpose of the partnership, total contribution requirements with respect to funding advocacy, project implementation, and cost share contributions. So let's get into those details a little bit. Again, as I had stated before, there's 4 projects remaining to be funded and built: the Murray Lake Expansion, Sherburne Reservoir, Paradise Creek Dry Dam, and the drainage inlet pumps. Total cost for those 4 projects is in about the $70 million range. The cost share agreement indicates that we would not move forward with a project unless it was at least 70% funded by external grants, so by some government grant. That leaves us with about $20 million that needs to be funded by the committee members on an equal contribution split. So the committee is assuming this is a long-term plan, likely in the 20-year range, so a project moving forward about every 5 years. So that agreement broken down would essentially look like an annual contribution of about $145,000 a year with a 2% inflation over those 20 years. So in total, we're looking at just over $3.5 million over the next 20 years. In addition to that ask, though, we'll take you back to that Horsefly Spillway project where we were requested to fund that project in the past and we committed just in principle. The committee's asking the City of Medicine Hat to step up and contribute to that project now, just as a show of good faith to those municipalities that have contributed to the project already. Total cost for that project would be just under $400,000, or about 5% of that total project cost. So we take that value, add it with the annual contributions over the next 20 years, we're looking at just under $4 million over the next 20 years for council to approve. So you might wonder, why do we need further flood protection beyond what we've already completed with the overland flow protection strategy? To date, we have completed nearly 5 kilometers of earthen berm and 6 demountable barriers within that area shown in green on the map above. The areas shown in red are those that we continue to protect with temporary measures. So as you can see, those areas just to the south are along Seven Persons Creek, which is fed by the SMRD canal system. So we receive whatever the current system cannot manage. Okay. Permanent measures were considered for these areas as part of the overland flow protection strategy. However, cost estimated at $17 million even 10 years ago, as well as land and regulatory restrictions, really made the decision easy to move towards a temporary measures mandate. Even with that plan in place, though, areas upstream of that, such as King Cooley Park, Cottonwood Golf Course, and the Paradise Golf Course would remain unprotected. And I would also want to point out that even with this plan in place, flooding risk to these areas still remain due to the time it takes to deploy temporary measures and the nature of a creek event. So we have limited lead time from the time it starts to rain in that area, in that catchment area, till the creek levels start to rise. So very different than what we typically see on our river, where you see a rain event in the mountains, and we typically have about 3 days to respond to that. Okay. So just a quick summary here of the benefits of the Southern Regional Stormwater Drainage Plan. Obviously, those direct benefits that we see from stormwater. So management of that stormwater during a storm event. Design event is a 100-year rain event over a 48-hour duration period over the entire catchment area. So this would help support the infrastructure that's in place, including the SMRD canal, the existing reservoirs, and reduce the impact on infrastructure that was damaged in past floods. What are some of the indirect benefits? Obviously, our agriculture industry and a large portion of the economy within the southern region relies on the irrigation system that SMRID supplies and contributes to, which is over 200,000 hectares of farmland. Having this system offline, even for a couple of months after a major event, would have a detrimental impact on our agricultural industry and within the region, as well as the local economy that supports that. Regional partnerships, grant funding, agencies are always looking for projects to support that have a regional benefit as opposed to a single municipality. So by signing on to this governing agreement, it signals to these agencies that we have a common goal, and that can go a long way in solidifying future funding. To date, the committee has been successful at obtaining nearly $40 million to support the projects that are currently being constructed. So what are our next steps? Corporation entity finalization. We need to discuss as a committee, what kind of governing body are we looking to form? We need one that supports the committee mandate, but also is in line with the MGA. And budget, you guys will hear about this here shortly. We are looking at coming back to council with a budget amendment, should you support this initiative, and indicating how we'll support this commitment for the long term. Right now, the 25-26 budget request does include the horsefly spillway value, as well as the annual contribution requirements for 25 and 26. I will note that there was nearly a $1.8 million positive variance on the overland flow protection strategy that was just recently put into reserves that could help support the contribution request. So in closing, we're asking council to consider this request and inform the Southern Regional Drainage Committee of the city's intent to enter into the governance agreement, including providing stated monetary contribution. And I should note that this is a fundamental shift to past support, which was provided only in principle while we completed our own flood mitigation initiatives. So again, I thank you again for allowing me the time to provide you this information. Myself and Director Stan Okowski are here to answer any questions. We also have members of the committee from the MD of Tabor that are here to help support our cause.
Thank you, Carly. That was great. And thank you, Councillor Sharps, for bringing that forward before we started our budget discussions. Is there any questions or comments from council? Councillor Knodel.
Thank you, Chair Hyder, and through the chair. So I think this is something that you have to be on in the mindset of emergencies to take this seriously. And I'm thinking, I'm empathizing with the general population in our community who probably likely doesn't know that your organization exists. And if they do, they're not really sure of how important it is. So what I'm looking for is just a general kind of plea to the community, perhaps on your part. You've given us a great presentation that has educated us about the ask and the why behind it. But generally speaking, how can we implore residents to attach to your mission? And what have you seen? And I understand, like, flooding is something that we can all see with our eyes. It's not something that we have to imagine. But we, again, as council, have to weigh the general, like the financial requests. And there's many types of emergencies, as we've heard from HALO. That's another organization that supports the community in regards to types of emergencies. And I suppose I've been able to live through the flood of 1995 and the flood of 2013. I've seen both the South Saskatchewan River and the creeks in our community cause a lot of loss for the people who live here. So for those maybe who aren't from Medicine Hat or haven't seen the consequences of of a flood, what would be your, I don't want to say sales pitch, it sounds wrong, but what would be your message?
City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just was wondering, Carly, if a member of the committee could come down perhaps to the podium up here and just give kind of Councillor Knodel just a brief overview of the pros and cons of the horsefly spillway, southern drainage.
Thank you. Good evening.
Have to turn something on? No, we're good, okay.
You're good.
Okay, through the chair. Seems to be the thing to say tonight, so that's not what we normally do when I used to be part of the St. Mary's River Irrigation District Board and Chair. We were pretty, we had governance, but not quite this official, so. I've been here before. I think we're just about a year since I was here last time talking with you. I just might remind of the floods of 2010, 2011 here in Medicine Hat, when the Seven Persons Creek was flooding and people were getting their homes evacuating and getting their personal stuff out, that it comes quickly and it comes with a lot of devastation. So what I remember from those events was everybody running around and pointing fingers and saying, control your water. And at that point, it's Mother Nature's water. And from those lessons, we started this committee back then and said, okay, we can't do that again. We have to think further into the future on how we're going to be ready for these events. In the news quite a bit is global warming and the changes in climate change. And I've gone to quite a few different seminars that says the moisture that's coming is going to come differently. It's going to come more drastically when it comes, and we might actually see more moisture here in those big events. So anything that we can do with any future planning and be ready certainly is helpful. The other part that is interesting with this particular group is the collaboration we have of all the municipalities. We've gone around to, I think we've gone through 5 of them now and talked to and got support for this project. And then having that representation going to the province and then applying for federal grants is unprecedented, really. And it could be used in the future for other projects and demonstration on how things can be collaboratively looked at. So I think it for those that just kind of would have seen this presentation once, would think that this just is an overnight thing. But if you go back to the history of it, back to 2010 and 2013 when we started to formalize, it's taken this long and we've stayed together this long to get this done. And I think that's the biggest part that I like to I'm pretty proud of, that we stayed together and kept all those people together, and the initiative hasn't changed. We had a plan, and we're still going to get it done. So.
My apologies. Your name, is it Franz, your last name?
Sorry, yes, Gary Franz.
Gary,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and just so you know, I actually farm just out of town here along the number 3 highway. So I've lived here all my life, 3rd generation farmer. So I've seen the 96 floods and all the devastation that comes with those big events. We've seen propane tanks floating down the river at that time, and just the destruction and just the power that Mother Nature has that you can't believe. So.
Absolutely. I apologize not remembering your name. I knew who you were. We have a question from Councillor Van Dyke.
Would you mind if I put the motion on the table?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Thank you. I move that council authorizes its representative to signal the city's intent to enter into the governance agreement.
I'll second that.
Councillor Van Dyke.
Thank you so much through the chair. I had just comments, not questions, so thank you, Councillor Sharps, for putting that on the table. So I've sat on the Regional Drainage Committee since the beginning of this term, and along with Carly attending the meetings. And I wanted to kind of make sure that there was good understanding that this is a regional collaboration along the south of the province, and that this really does fall under the jurisdiction of municipalities. We also have the irrigation districts support as well. I think that there was a time, especially when the berms were being built, where the focus, rightly so, was on internal flood mitigation. But as Carly had pointed out, there's now the return on investment is no longer beneficial towards, if with $17 million to prevent flooding on the creek, and we don't have that kind of money left, we have to think of how we can spend the money more effectively. And I think that upstream mitigation of flooding is a much more practical approach. So I know there's a lot of details to be worked out, and this is an extremely long-term project. I think it's right now we're looking at a 20-year project. But I think it's a worthwhile endeavor, and I know that the province has really appreciated the collaborative regional approach, and there has been good success with gaining funding within that regional approach as well. So I appreciate your work very much, both city administration and the people working long-term in this committee as well. Thank you.
Councillor Dumanowski.
Yeah, through the chair, I too don't have any questions. It's some comments I'd like to make. I'm very pleased to see this before us today. As being one of the members of last council and in the past where we in principle endorsed the plan, I took the opportunity after Mr. Franz made his presentation to sit down for a coffee meeting with him, and he actually took as much time as I wanted at that time to really appreciate and understand some of the details around the benefits of this to a city like ours, where we feel we're a little bit on the outside of it. That was a pivotal meeting for me. It really helped me understand. We don't get that same opportunity around the table here, and staff have tried in the past, so I want to commend them. But it really was for me a change opportunity to understand this better, and like the presentation indicates, the benefits of the Southern Regional Stormwater Drainage Committee are flood benefits, so we're focusing on that. But there's the agricultural upstream storage, which is a huge piece that will ultimately benefit everyone up that corridor, but it has a water conservation benefit as well. And when we think about water conservation, we can't just think of ourselves. And then lastly, the regional partnership, which we've been talking more and more about in the last few years. So for me, I look at there's a shared risk, but a proportional risk and benefit to this plan. And when I think about all the membership that make up this group, we're one contributing partner in an equal way. So although one might argue that in the truest sense, the flood benefit is really ours to gain, there really is the shared aspect of agricultural upstream storage and regional partnership collaboration. So I sat on D&I for many years, and then as soon as I was moved off that, this was coming forward. So I want to thank the committee for keeping the candle lit and moving this forward. And I know we're not at that exact moment just now, but I can tell you right now wholeheartedly that I am converted on this project, and I fully and completely endorse it.
Thank you, Councillor Dumanowski. Well, the motion is on the table. I believe it's time to vote. Oh, did you, oh, sorry. I just saw your name now, Councillor Hirsch.
No, I appreciate.
I'm new here.
Thank you. I didn't mean to put that sort of pressure on you. I guess I do have a question. You know, a lot of times, and this isn't actually related to this project. I guess the discussion came about on the berms and how the city of Medicine Hat stepped up, fronted the money, et cetera. So not to put anyone on the spot, but I think we did get recovered funds from the province. To what percent for that? I don't know who wants to take that question on. But I believe we did get reimbursed, because I think the argument was, well, you know what, here we are trying to protect our own via the berms and the taxpayer paid for that, et cetera. But I'm just wondering, I was just asking Councillor Dumanowski, and his recollection is that we did get some of it, or if not most of it back. I know you might have to get back to me or whatever, but just a guesstimate.
Hello? Oh, sorry.
City Manager Mitchell, I was reading.
I was waving badly. Through the chair to Councillor Hirsch, I'm not sure, we'll have to get back to you, but I do know that, as Carly has stated, there is funds left over from the berm project that we can reallocate. And the amount, Carly, for the funds were?
Yeah, I believe, I'm just trying to recall here, I believe our original budget was 36.5 million, and 26.5 million of that was covered through federal and provincial grants.
So yeah, no, I appreciate that. I don't need to down to the cent, but I think what I'm trying to portray, I guess, through the people that watch council meetings, they must have trouble sleeping at night, I guess, but one thing that I think a lot of times people get in some of the defense is, well, you know, we built it ourselves and didn't have any other support, et cetera. But I guess I just want to illustrate we did. We did get some support. I think the investments, I'll call it investments that we do. We've had two presentations that isn't, one with Halo and now this one, that we're talking about protection of, let's face it, life and limb, protection of assets, protection of things that are just more basic. And we know weather-related events are more prolific now than ever before. I guess I know this is something that is outside the current budget that we have. Just would like, you know, some thoughts in terms of the impact. I know as we got presented, for every $900,000 that we take in for revenue, it's 1% taxes. So I think I just need to kind of percolate that in my mind relative to kind of the ask here. That's, again, strategically placed over year, in the fact that this would be a significant amount of money on a one-off, right? So the fact that we're doing this as an envelope funding. I guess the question I have relative to that is and maybe Gary, maybe you can answer this, what's the banker in me wants to figure out the amortization relative to the long-lived assets. So how long do we think some of these projects that it might actually change, but what's the average duration of doing this project and how long would it last? So it's built, is it something that will last, if we do this by moving earth and doing some changes, this will last, this development will last 50 to 100 years, or do we have to kind of come back to the well as municipalities 40 years down the line, or what does that look like, Gary?
Well, thanks for the question. It kind of led into a comment I wanted to make.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so, the biggest thing we heard as a committee when we were trying to design this governance was we kept hearing about risk. You know, you're committing future councils into a risk of an unknown number into the future. And where we finally got some traction from this is when we just put the number that we had and put a 2% inflationary and said this is more of a pledge than actual cost. So you can be assured that there's not going to be extra costs other than what's been asked for here. And it's more of a pledge to take to the province and to the feds and say, these municipalities think that these 7 projects are worth doing, and they pledged this money to do it. And so that, first of all, I wanted to say that, because for anybody thinking that this could be a runaway and get out of control, it's not meant that way at all. It's meant to be, these are the hard numbers that Carly presented, and that's more of a pledge than actual any type of meeting of inflationary costs into the future. We did have the big hit last, or 2 years ago, I guess, with inflation just skyrocketing, but we've adjusted from there, and we see costs in St. Mary's. I've heard that construction costs are coming back down and coming under budget in engineering. So I think we're going to see a more normal. But that has nothing to do really with this project and the fact that this is, again, a pledge. And with a 2% inflationary, I can sell that all day long to the province and into the feds to try to get grant funding. Second to that, another part that came into play on this particular agreement is that St. Mary's then takes over all maintenance on this into the future. So they operate it and they maintain it. So there won't be anybody coming back after the fact. We've got infrastructure in place in the St. Mary's system that was built back in the 40s, and we're still running it. So, I mean, it's maintenance, maintaining some of the concrete structures that on our main canals up top. One drop structure, we're putting over $600,000 into maintaining and rebuilding that infrastructure. So again, I think all the group wanted was not to have risk into future councils, and that you could make a decision tonight, and that you would be assured that you're not going to put future councils into jeopardy at that point. This is the ask. We gave you a bit of a budget there so that you can plan for it, and that's why we're getting the traction we are on the collaboration here.
No, thanks, Gary. And just to supplement, Councilor Dumanowski reminded that, and I should correct my language, is that back to your point, Gary, where we're indebting future councils with this ask, and I guess that's what my thoughts were in terms of the longevity. You talked about kind of the maintenance component. Obviously, that will start playing into the governance role in terms of our collective voice at the table, that sort of thing. So I appreciate the feedback on that. Thanks, Gary, appreciate it.
I don't see any other names on the speakers list, so again, thank you, Gary, for coming down and clarifying some things for us. You've been doing this a long time. And thank you, Carly, right, for your presentation.
I'd like to thank the staff support too, and Carly rocked it tonight doing the presentation. She's got everything down. So thank you very much for your support too.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll vote. We are going to vote.
I vote in favor of the motion.
And that passes. Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to the event of the evening, new business, 11.1, 2025-2026 city budget and financial plan. And up to the mic is our city manager, Mitchell.
Good evening. I know we have a lot to get through tonight, so I won't take up too much time. I just want to say how much I appreciate all the work that staff's put in. We've had many, many meetings outside of council chambers. All the work that council has put in, there's been a lot of documentation to go through. And we're looking forward to this evening to have a robust discussion. We have had meetings since April, and we've put in a lot of man hours. And without further ado, I will turn it over to Managing Director Egert.
Good evening. Good evening, members of council. Just a few comments of introduction before we get into the budget presentation. So first of all, on behalf of the budget team, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present, formally present the city's 2025 and 2026 budget for adoption. As I mentioned before we begin the PowerPoint presentation, you've been given a lot of material, both through email, through the Council Committee of the Whole meetings, and as well the briefing note that was included in today's agenda. So I just want to highlight some of the more important items that you received through the briefing note. So the briefing note includes background on the recommendation, including legislative requirements, policies, bylaws that impact this budget, as well as other details that are being requested for approval tonight. Of particular importance is attachment 1 to the briefing note, which is titled the Budget Briefing Binder. And that includes 4 areas. Number 1, an overview of this budget and highlights. Number 2, the 2025 to 34 long-range financial plan and its impact to our budget and to our long-term fiscal targets. Number 3, the budget schedules that have been prepared for council approval today. And those are attachment or section 3 of the budget briefing binder is the important part of what we'll be asking for recommendation today. And the 4th element is the commentary on the budgets for the city's 4 business units. So in addition, the briefing note includes a link to the city website that has 2 areas. Number 1, new growth opportunities business cases. So this is the detailed description of all the asks that we've done and are recommending as part of this budget. The second one is a business plan package, and that includes detailed operational business plans for every department, including financial information and variance explanations. So as mentioned in previous budget meetings, the city's budget is one of the most important tasks that the City Council will do, as well as administration. This process is lengthy. It started several months ago. Many inputs and many considerations. The budget reflects administration's commitment to sustain prosperity and well-being of our community, including competitive tax and utility rates, while ensuring fiscal capacity and flexibility to address the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. I do want to acknowledge the incredible work done by my city colleagues in putting this budget together. It's this presentation and related supporting materials. They are the experts and involved in the day-to-day delivery of services to this community. And most of them are online today and will be available for questions as you discuss this budget later tonight. So today, I want to begin with some opening remarks before handing the floor over to Accounting Supervisor Aaron Heimer to walk us through some details of the budget. And after the budget is completed, we'll open the floor for any discussion or questions that you have of us, and then we'll turn the back floor to you to deliberate on the recommendations. And if council so desires to select any items that they'd like to debate and discuss further, we'd be absolutely available for any information in that regard. So the theme of balancing the needs of today with the requirements of tomorrow, this budget is a balancing act. And we're balancing many things and not just the bottom financial line. We're balancing competitive tax and utility rates with the ever-increasing desire by this community for increased services. We're balancing the needs of many interested parties. That includes residents, businesses, industry, neighboring and regional partners, provincial and federal governments. And we're also balancing the need for financial sustainability and what is required to make our city a livable community and this organization to remain healthy, efficient, and functional. Being a municipality, what we do has a very significant impact on so many people. And the challenge is to find the right balance. And in this budget, we've attempted to provide our best recommendation for what that balancing act looks like, considering the need of every interested party of the city while maintaining financial sustainability into the future. So some of you may say, well, the ideal recommendation would be little to no tax or utility rate increases while maintaining the financial sustainability of our organization, continuing to invest in our infrastructure and also into new services. However, to do so is not realistic, especially in our current economic environment. Understanding this, our goal in this budget has been to attempt to strike the right balance between affordability, financial sustainability, and strategic investment. Over the last 10 meetings, we spent over 23 hours of time together. It seems like a lot of time, doesn't it? We've built this budget collaboratively this year alongside of you, Council. We've listened carefully to your feedback and discussion over these 10 meetings. And along the way, we've amended and altered our budget approach and a budget recommendation to help meet the mandates that you felt were important. So the budget theme this year, again, balancing the needs of today with the requirements of tomorrow, that represents the focus of this budget. There's many needs of today, and there's plenty of them, and we could focus our time exclusively on meeting the needs of today. But we also have significant requirements tomorrow on the horizon. And if we're going to continue to provide services and amenities to our residents into the future, we need to be thinking about how we can ensure to have a proper resources in future years to address those challenges and that we're well positioned to strategically respond. So a little bit about the needs of today. And some of the needs of today include addressing some organizational challenges that we have, such as inflationary pressures. And over the last year, we've seen a lot of inflation, increasing prices, and that's increased the cost of providing services to our community. Wage pressures, including recent union negotiations and settlements, which have exceeded our budgetary estimates for 2023 and 2024, and now are adjusted for in this budget. Declining revenues, such as our electric generation earnings, investment income, provincial supports, and development fees. And lastly, our historic municipal budget gap, which we continue to draw down using our city financial reserves. Also, the community is also facing some challenges as well. To name a few, the rising cost of living in all areas, social challenges and disorder, particularly in our downtown core, and low growth of our property assessment base. And of course, it's the assessment base which supports our tax revenue. So our budget must address the challenges of our community as well as our organization in order to achieve that balance. A little bit about tomorrow. This budget and the corresponding 10-year financial plan helps the city prepare to address the requirements of tomorrow, and I just want to touch on a few of them. The need to reduce our environmental-related liability, and that's abandoning and remediating our oil and gas properties, as well as our buildings and landfill when they become due. The cost to do so is in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Number two, our transition to clean energy. And if we're able to remain in the energy business, this will cost the city as well hundreds of millions of dollars, if not more. net zero carbon targets will fundamentally disrupt the city electric generation business. If we are to maintain this advantage of being competitive in this area, we must plan on how we're going to make this transition into clean energy world. The third one, investing in our aging infrastructure. And this continues to be an ongoing challenge year after year. The rehabilitation of $3 billion worth of assets, and that's original cost, and those are assets above the ground, below the ground, buildings, fleet, roads, sidewalks, airport runways, our city utility distribution networks, water, sewer, and our electricity generation fleet, which all will need significant investments within the next 10 years. The need to address electrification. So as technologies requiring fossil fuels are replaced with electric technologies, the demand for electricity is increasing, and therefore, as well, the demand on our electric distribution network. This will require significant investments into our electric utility over the next coming years. Finally, addressing low growth in our community. Regarding population, development, and the economy, we must address those if the city is to continue to prosper. Our projections show low population growth for Medicine Hat over the next 10 years, and for us to prosper, it must be able to grow and attract new talent and new businesses to the city. So we believe, in conclusion, that this 25-26 budget opens the pathway for the city to be prepared financially, operationally, and strategically to respond to these issues in the future. So now into the budget commitments, and I just want to touch on a commitment we made back in April 23rd, to this council when we outlined our budget assumptions and the budget commitments. So I just want to touch on those 5 budget commitments that we had outlined to council. And I want to just take a few minutes to go through each commitment and show how our 25-26 budget is supporting these commitments. Let's start with addressing community needs and ensuring excellent service. So this is about ensuring that our services are remaining at a high standard and addressing those things that are important to the community. And this budget does that in 2 ways. Number one, we've recommended investments in new growth initiatives, both on the operating side and on the capital side, and that address the pressing needs of our community. We believe that these new initiatives are of high value for the city, and we found creative ways to realign existing resources, for example, our full-time equivalents or FTEs, to reduce the financial impact of these new growth initiatives to the city. And number 2, we've done this while ensuring sufficient base operating and sustainable capital funding to maintain our infrastructure and to continue the excellent service we deliver to the community. Budget commitment number 2, to balance the affordability with the need to invest in city infrastructure and operations. That's about striking a balance between what is affordable for our community and what is needed to invest into city infrastructure. This was a particular challenge as our city is facing many headwinds, from rising inflation to reducing revenues. However, this budget attains to this commitment in 2 ways. Number 1, Medicine Hat, as part of our proposed utility rates, continues to have lower utility rates than the 2024 rates of comparable Alberta cities. This means the average resident of Medicine Hat will pay approximately $768 less per year on utilities when compared to the average residential customer in Calgary, Edmonton, Lethbridge, Red Deer, Wood Buffalo, and Grand Prairie. And number 2, our recommendations for property tax increases in this budget continue to be in alignment with what we're seeing across other cities in Alberta. We often point to the to the residential property tax and utility survey conducted by the City of Calgary. And this is the most recent survey in 2023. Medicine Hat consistently ranks among the lowest Alberta comparator cities when it comes to the cost for a median home of combined property taxes and utility charges, and often exceeding other Alberta comparator cities between $800 to $1,100 per year. Number 3, ensuring financial sustainability of our municipality. And this one is an important one for me. It's about ensuring that as a city, we do not run into money problems so that we can avoid shocks to our community either by high rate hikes or drastic cuts to services. So the focus on financial sustainability ensures stability and predictability for residents. So we've done this in 2 ways. This budget provides a path to balance the municipal budget gap by 2028 while maintaining all of our long-term fiscal targets. And number 2, we've developed a 10-year financial plan which shows a deliberate effort to slowly reduce the city's reliance on volatile earnings from our energy production unit. Number 4, thoughtful use of reserves for future needs. And it's about putting money aside for some of those requirements of tomorrow. Our financial reserves represent a critical asset for addressing future challenges and seizing future opportunities. That includes energy transition, abandonment, reclamation obligations, and aging infrastructure. So this budget achieves this by committing funds to future obligations. So earlier this year, if you recall, Council had approved and committed to transfer a total of $150 million of funding into dedicated reserves, and that's towards energy transition and to abandonment obligation efforts. The second way, using reserves to address the needs of today. Over the 2 years, this budget also commits $16 million in operating reserve funding, $6 million of business unit dividends to help offset municipal budget gaps. As well, this 2-year budget also commits $10 million of the Medicine Hat endowment funding to help offset the budget gap to provide an avenue to fund new growth opportunities. And the third way, reducing debt, and when you compare debt as a proportion to capital, we have less of a proportion by 13.8% than the previous budget. The fifth commitment, and this is the last commitment, the alignment with Council's strategic priorities. And it's about addressing what the community needs by bringing Council's strategic vision for the city into reality. The budget aligns resources to meet Council's strategic priorities and to provide long-term value for the city. So this year, the city is recommending the investment of $38 million over 2 years, which includes 28 in growth capital and 10 million in new operating initiatives. So Council, the budget that we're presenting to you today, we believe meets the mandate of balancing the needs of today with the requirements of tomorrow and represents administration's best recommendation for use of city resources and funds for 25 and 26. So with that, I will now pass the podium over to Aaron Heimer, our supervisor and budget lead, and Aaron will take us through the budget presentation and the corresponding 10-year financial plan. Aaron.
Thank you, Managing Director Egert. Good evening, Aaron.
Good evening, Council. Thank you, and through the chair. It's great to be with you tonight at the precipice of 10 budget meetings, 23 hours of time spent, both invested by administration and by this council. An incredible investment in the transparency of our city's finances. When we looked at the community survey, the number one thing that community members were looking for was more information about their taxes and about budget. And we have delivered that in spades over this year. I will start by addressing just some of the details on the 2025 to 2026 operating and capital budget, and then I'm going to take a brief break to allow our police chief, Chief Alan Murphy, to come and give a little presentation on the police budget. And then after that point, we'll finish the presentation by looking at the long-range picture and the recommendation before beginning into our deliberation session. Okay, as has been stated already, the reason that we are here today is to recommend to you the adoption of the 2025-2026 budget. We've also provided for your information the 2025 to 2034 financial plan. Both items mentioned here are requirements of the Municipal Government Act. The financial plan is a key for helping to explain the decisions in the budget and how they affect the long-term picture. The financial plan does not include any assumptions related to facilities for the future or energy transition, so this lays a good foundation for future discussions about these items. We will start with the 25-26 budget, and then before touching on the financial plan, as I mentioned, I will pass it over to the police chief for a brief presentation on the police budget, and then move into the financial plan. The QR code that is up on the screen will take you to the city's website, medicinehat.ca/budget, where all related budget documentation can be found for the public's viewing. So as I mentioned before, we are now on the 10th meeting of our budget pathway, 23 hours and 16 minutes spent in budget before today. As I said, this is a amazing increase in the amount of time that we've spent together compared to previous budgets. The previous budget, over the course of 5 meetings, we spent a total of about 7 hours together. So this is a large increase in the amount of time. We're on pace to quadruple the amount of time that we're spending discussing budgets in a public setting. Last year, we heard from our councillors that there were 3 things that you were looking for: more direct ties between budget and your strategic plan, more justification for budget requests, and more time to deliberate. Regarding more time to deliberate, we are on pace to quadruple the amount of time that we've provided to debate in a public setting. But not only this, but we have taken a fundamentally different approach this year than in previous budgets. We've chosen to work in a more collaborative approach. Instead of delivering to you a finalized budget that you would then deliberate on, we invited you into the budget development process. We shared with you pieces of our budget as they were being developed to get your input and feedback earlier on so that we could build a budget that you were confident in. During those meetings, we brought all of the subject matter experts from across the city to you so that council could ask any and all questions that you had about the ideas that were being presented. With the feedback we received, we went back to the drawing board multiple times and found ways to adjust our budget to address your concern and realign to your priorities. More justification, the second thing that council asked for was more justification for budget requests. And during our deliberation together, we have been able to provide more time to explain the context behind the numbers that we are providing to council. This year, we have itemized every new item that we are proposing as a part of this budget and have provided a justification in the form of a business case for every single one. All of the business cases have been compiled into a compendium for your convenience and are available on the city website at medicinehat.ca/budget. We also hosted 3 meetings in June and July where all of the directors across the city were available to council to answer any and all questions that you had about the proposed opportunities. And then the third was that council had asked for a more direct tie to council's strategic priorities. Every new growth opportunity that we had presented had a direct connection to at least one of Council's strategic priority, although many had overlap across multiple priorities. This information was captured in the business case and budget schedules and has been presented on a number of occasions throughout the year. Ultimately, a successful budget is not just about approving a budget on December 31st, but it is about inspiring confidence. Confidence in council that you feel that this budget meets your vision for the city and balances the needs of today with the requirements of tomorrow. Confidence for council, for administration that the plans that have been outlined are achievable and financially sustainable. And confidence in the public through the observation of transparency and healthy, respectful debate and collaboration between council and administration that we have done our due diligence to balance the needs of today. Just a quick recap on the structure of our budget. Per the MGA, we have two main budgets. We have an operating budget and a capital budget. The operating budget is the budget that captures our revenues and expenses and outlines our day-to-day operations. The capital budget is the budget for major capital infrastructure purchases such as roads, facilities, and water pipe and other things of that nature. Within our budget, we've labeled the several tiers within operating and capital. The first tier being base operating and sustaining capital. Expenses in this category are costs required to maintain existing services. What is required to maintain essentially the status quo. And we are asking in this budget, we are communicating with this budget that this budget does maintain all existing service levels. Base operating and sustaining capital budgets were presented to council during the October and November budget deliberation sessions. The second tier is new initiatives and growth. These items are also known as new growth opportunities, and they exemplify new services, programs, initiatives, and capital projects that enact council's strategic plan. The new growth opportunities in Tier 2 were the subject of the sessions with Council in June and July, and after those meetings, Council had asked administration to come back with a recommendation to reduce those new growth opportunities in order to take advantage of a lower tax rate. Administration did just that and returned on October 22nd to present our findings. The revised recommendations were presented during the October and November council deliberation sessions, and an itemized listing was provided in the appendix to the briefing notes for those meetings. In today's meeting, we have now consolidated all of this information for you and made it available on the city's website for the public to access as well. Before we present the budget, I do want to quickly talk about the information that has been provided. The body of the briefing note that you have received shows the procedural information and background information outlining the specific requests, related legal and policy-related information. Appendix A, also known as the budget brief, is also available on the city's website, and it provides you with details about this budget, including the executive summary, an overview, and budget highlights, the 25 to 34 financial plan, the consolidated budget schedules for your approval today, adoption today, and more detailed notes about each of our 4 business units. This document is also available on the city website. Some documents that are available exclusively on the city website include the departmental business plans, which outline the operations of every department, including their operational goals for 25 and 26, including discrete financial information, including variance explanations as well for each of the departments. We've also included what we're calling the business case compendium or new growth opportunities, and that is a document that provides a list of every recommendation, every ask that we have made as part of this budget, whether it's growth or operating. And as well, we've also included in there the list of the deferred items, as well as a business case for every single one justifying the reason for the ask. And as just one final note, our Shape Your City page is available. There's a link on medicinehat.ca/budget to the Shape Your City page. But on Shape Your City, there's a budget page there where you can find all of the recordings and presentations of all the deliberations that we've had thus far. I just want to zoom in and look at the approval documents for a second, which is section 3 of the budget brief, or Appendix A, as it's noted in your briefing note. This is the section that we are asking for approval today. In this section, you will find, first off, the city consolidated operating budget, as well as a segmented breakdown by business unit for 25 and 26. A one-time cost pressure listing, as well as new operating initiatives. The capital budget, which is section 3.2, and subsequent schedules, includes a full list of all sustaining capital and growth capital projects. Included in these two sections includes funding sources and reserve transfers, which are a part of the approval as well. The adoption of this budget by council will provide administration with the authority to spend funding as defined within the budgetary limits. It will also provide administration with authority to draw on reserves as defined within the budget recommendation, and then it will establish the assumptions that will then be used to prepare bylaws for tax, utility, and debt. Before I continue, are there any questions on the related materials?
No, it doesn't look like it, Aaron, so you can continue.
Excellent. Okay, just a note, some might be wondering how the information that we're providing to you today compares to the information that we've provided to you in previous meetings. For all intents and purposes, the information that we have consolidated together for the meeting today represents the information that you've seen between October 22nd and November 13th, with just two minor exceptions. The first being that per the requirement of the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, we are obligated to ensure that there is appropriate budget for the conduct of the municipal affairs audit. Inspection requested by council. The recommended budget for this ask is $100,000. We've also updated our investment income very slightly to ensure that it's aligning with our 25-34 financial plan, and this has a minor impact on 2026 of its $74,000. These changes have not impacted the recommendation for tax rates. We want to make mention as well that this budget does maintain all existing service levels, but we do want to point out that there were two temporary measures in the previous budget that aren't carried forward into this budget. The first is the $1.8 million per year for the fair entry relief credit. To be clear, this is related to the relief credit that was administered through utility bills. There is a component of fair entry related to transit programming and entry to facilities. That amount would remain intact within this budget. As well as the $500,000 per year for HALO operating funding in 2023 and 2024. That has been discontinued and would have to come forward as an additional amendment, as we've heard from HALO today. Service levels could be impacted by the $2 million service level efficiency target as well that we've included in 2026. There are no specific plans with that. It's not tying council to any sort of service level reduction. Could also be service level efficiencies at this point. However, the intention would be that this is tied to one of council's strategic focused goals to focus on organizational efficiency. And so that's earmarked with this $2 million within our budget for 2026. And we would be coming back to council in 2025 with recommendations for how we would meet that target.
Mr. Heimer, we just have a question, sorry, from Councillor Van Dyke.
Thank you through the chair. So this is just for the benefit of the public. If you could just let everyone know, this means there will not be any rec facilities shut down or anything like that for people that are concerned when we talk about impacted service level efficiencies. I know that we have that information, but I know that there is often conversation in the community and concerns that come up anytime this is discussed. And it would be helpful if you could just clarify that for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair to Councillor Van Dyke. Yes, this what we are communicating with this budget is that this budget would maintain all existing service levels, but we are caveating here that we do have a service level efficiency target, which is a target for us to come back to council in 2025 with recommendations for ways that we could reduce the overall expenditures within the municipality by $2 million. That could come through service level reductions. It could come through other efficiencies that administration is able to find. However, that would come back to council and would be at council's discretion.
Thank you. I have a lot of Crestwood Pool Aquafit aficionados who are very concerned at all times that they would be able to still access their classes in that facility. Thank you.
I know there's some up in the crowd here today as well. Okay, moving on. Clicker's not working for me here. There we go. Thank you. Okay, just a quick recap on the expense assumptions that we use to help develop this budget. We started the year with a key budget assumption that held our business units, whether they were municipal, utility related, energy, or land, we held everybody to a 0% inflationary increase from 24 all the way through 26. That means that all non-salary related expenditures, but for unavoidable cost pressures, would that our departments would maintain or try to find ways to maintain within the budgets that they already had available. That would mean absorbing the cost of inflation in order to maintain 2024 expenditure levels. This was one of the main ways that we had attempted to keep taxes low, to keep rates low, and to try to build that incremental efficiency into the way that we do our budgeting. On the salaries and wages side, however, we do have a couple of outstanding agreements already with CUPE and IBEW. Both of these agreements show a 2.25% increase in 2025 and a 2% increase in 2026. And so with that, we did use that as the baseline for salaries and wages across the organization. Unlike other budgets, as we mentioned before, we did try to take a collaborative approach this year to invite council along on the budget development journey, and we were listening. This year, we have been building this budget alongside you, and we've been trying to respond as we can to the concerns that we've heard from council. Some of those things that we heard and that we've tried or attempted to adjust within this budget cycle include what's up on the screen here, starting with concern regarding the FTE ask. So when we came forward in June and July, we had a total of 10 new FTEs that we had proposed to you. After that meeting, we did hear from council that there was concern about increasing the size of the city's workforce. We did come back afterwards in October and November with a revised list where we had found vacant positions within the organization that we felt could be realigned to meet those new growth opportunities, and we ended up actually coming in at a net reduction of 3 FTEs overall. The second thing is we heard a desire to keep tax rates as low as possible. Responding to that, we had a series of meetings, probably 3 or 4 meetings with the executive leadership, working through possible ways to reduce the burden on the taxpayer. We did reduce our total capital ask by $12.8 million, and our operating improved by $2.8 million. That includes $2.6 million reduction in operating costs and $0.2 million in revenues that were discovered. So with that, we did see some other impacts related to reductions in investment revenue, our fine revenues, our development fees, a number of other things where we were seeing pressures that came in on the revenue side that unfortunately offset a lot of the impact that we were intending to have with that 12.8 in capital and 2.8 in operating. However, but for those efforts, we would be recommending to you today a higher tax rate than what we're currently coming forward with. Another part of our recommendation is to extend the close of the budget gap out from 2026 out to 2028. And in that way, we were able to keep the tax recommendation at the 5.6% that we had when we were with you in June and July. There was a desire to align budget with refocused goals in October of 2024. So council came forward in October with refocused goals, 4 in particular, and we responded to those goals on November 18th, providing a detailed list of outcomes and what we were intending to accomplish and the timelines of when we were going to accomplish those things in order to meet those focused strategic priorities, which is a part of our efforts within this budget to align. We have included those timelines within the budget brief that is available on the city website as well. There was a desire to consider additional projects, and in particular, we heard about the 311 project. Administration did take that one back. We came up with a recommendation and presentation that was provided for council's consideration in September. There was a request for more information specifically on projects like the food waste compost facility. And in response to that, we did come back during our October 22nd rate-based meeting. We came back, we brought our Director of Environmental Utilities and had a special set of slides just dedicated to that project and fielded questions at that time from council. And then there was a desire to see service levels within the existing budget. And I know it has been a desire of council for quite some time to see service levels. And we are working on a service level inventory that we are intending to be completed in 2025. And with that, we have set a target within this budget in 2026 of a total reduction to municipal expenses of $2 million. So these are just some of the ways that we are looking to attempt to respond to what we've heard from council. And I hope that it helps to provide some comfort that we are working on this with you. We are trying to be collaborative and ensure that this budget is meeting those needs that you have and the concerns and priorities that you have. Looking then at the operating budget. So for a budget to be comprehensible, it needs to tell a story. It needs to be more than just dollars and cents. The city's budget has 4 parallel narratives: municipal, land development and real estate, rate-based utilities, and energy production. And between October 22nd and November 13th, we spent many hours working through these budgets and narratives with you. I just want to quickly summarize some of these stories here and hopefully tie them together so that it can show the interconnectedness of this plot. As a general note of the items on the screen, this is a typical schedule that we've been showing you for the last couple of weeks, but I just want to highlight some of the major categories here. The base operating expense, these are expenses that are required to maintain status quo. They include things like salaries, contracted services, materials and goods, grants, and other transfers. New operating initiatives relate to the operating projects that we have proposed as a part of the new growth opportunities. Cost pressures are one-time cost pressures that we have within the organization. Other expenses include things like amortization, abandonment obligation expenditures, and energy production. In energy production, this also includes cost of sales. In land, this also includes cost of lots sold. In municipal, you'll also see investment management fees within this category. So with transfers from and to reserves, from a municipal perspective are primarily related to the municipal budget gap, the funding from the Medicine Hat Endowment, as well as in-year business unit dividends, and some minor amounts that flow to and from operating and capital reserves within the municipality, primarily for fleet and employee development. In all groups but the municipal, the line there that is noted as transfers to from reserves represents the net free cash flow dividend from the business unit. And finally, cash adjustments are debt principal repayments and adding back non-cash expenses such as amortization, cost of lots sold, and transfers from operating to capital for capital projects. For the 25-26 budget, the municipal budget gap is in 2026 is still at $5.1 million. While the city has made significant efforts in this budget to keep taxes low, the city is fighting an uphill battle against inflation, decreasing investment income, declining fine revenue, and lower development permit revenue. The city is proposing a property tax increase of 5.6% in 2025 and 5.6% in 2026 to maintain the financial sustainability for the municipality. The municipal budget anticipates revenue to grow by $7.7 million, an increase of 2.7% per year, which is primarily due to property tax increases, but then is being offset by investment earnings, fine revenues, and lower development permit revenue. The municipal budget request grows expenses by 3.1% annually, primarily related to key budget assumption growth on salaries and wages. Other major pressures include software licensing costs, building maintenance, and salary budget adjustments. This budget also includes an increase to transfers related to the Medicine Hat Endowment Fund. Going forward, the municipality faces additional challenges to balance the budget gap related to community requests and facilities for the future, as well as future budget amendments. Looking then at the rate-based utilities budget, rate-based utilities have attempted to keep rates low this year through a proposal we're calling a stretch budget, which will be difficult but not impossible to obtain. The rate revenue is anticipated to increase by 3.6% annually, primarily tied to the proposed rate increases of an average of 1% for residential, 5% for commercial, and 4% for industrial. And just to provide some clarification, rate-based utilities includes all of the utilities on the average residence utility bill, with the exception of the electric and gas commodities. Those are included as a part of the energy production budget. Expenses increase annually by 3.7%, and the primary causes of increase on the expense side are the new residuals handling facility, the cost for gas transportation contracts, which is increasing, and wage-related inflationary increases from key budget assumptions. The expense increases are offset somewhat by the extended producer responsibility, which is coming into effect on April 1st, 2025. Going forward, there is pressure on future rates due to changes in customer consumption behavior as more efforts are made to conserve energy and water consumption. And we are part of that change. We have made efforts through the HAT-SMART program and have proposed changes to water rates that should encourage the reduced consumption as good environmental stewards. However, this could have an impact on future budgets rates as well, so it's just a note. Energy production does not anticipate for the earnings that were experienced over the previous years to continue into 2025, 2026. We are anticipating moving more into a low earnings environment for our energy production group. The city now must adjust to this lower earnings environment, and we'll talk a little bit more about that when we look at the long range picture. Revenue decreases here by 20.2% annually. That's a reduction in revenue from 2024 to 2026 of $98.7 million. Quite a significant decrease in revenues. Expenses will decrease as well annually by 11.1%. Primarily for reduced gas input costs. That's what we're seeing as other expenses here primarily, and fluctuations in general maintenance schedules in electric generation, which is the primarily the reduction that we're seeing in base operating expense. Free cash flow, just as a note here as well, free cash flow is anticipated to decrease by $62.3 million annually between 2024 and 2026 as high earnings experienced over the past few years are not anticipated to continue. Going forward, the energy production is facing much uncertainty and rising complexity, which has been the subject of most recent discussions as we've seen with KPMG. And this will impact our future long-term picture as well, which we'll see. Land development and real estate is experiencing a very slow development market and anticipating low growth in city population. The department is in a reset and is asking the question to itself, what is the value of a land transaction? Is it to create profit, to bolster growth, or to provide social value? The current budget reflects the sale of existing land, but we'll be coming back with a more robust strategy in 2025 that could alter budget. Land development and real estate revenue increases annually by 5.6%, primarily related to forecasting the sale of existing inventories using market trends over the last 5 years. Land development and real estate expenses decreased by 9.7%, primarily related to changes in the cost of sales, which is represented in the other expenses line here, based on the anticipated sales of existing inventories. And this is slightly offset by salaries due to key budget assumption inflationary increases within the base operating budget. When we look at the city consolidated budget, this brings all of those pieces together. Rate-based utilities, energy production, municipal, land development and real estate, as well as the investment income within our reserves for Medicine Hat endowment, abandonment obligations, and energy transition. The city's consolidated picture does show a significant slowdown in the operational cash flows anticipated within this budget. In 2026, operational cash flows are expected to be $19.5 million, which is $31.4 million less than the previous budget. This is significant. The cash earned from the operating side is used to pay for capital and to fund our reserves for things such as energy transition, abandonment obligations, and the Medicine Hat endowment. What we are seeing in the long run, financial plan, as we will discuss further, but essentially the funds flowing in from operations are not sufficient to offset the funds flowing out of reserves. So that will be a theme when we get to the long range picture. So while there is a positive cash contribution from the operating side, the total cash, when we look at the total cash picture, it is not a positive picture. For more information, we will talk about this in the long-range picture. I do want to as well point out that the city consolidated operating budget for 25 and 26 is showing a total deficit of 22.6 million in 25 and 18 million in 2026, primarily drawing from the municipal business unit. A city deficit means that the city's equity position is anticipated to deteriorate between 25 and 26. In the long run, this is not a sustainable position. However, except for the 25-26 years, when we get to the 10-year financial plan, we will see that surplus deficits seem to balance themselves off with a very modest positive position over the planning horizon. The city's surplus is in 2026 is $51 million. Less than the 2024, primarily due to lower electric generation earnings for 25 and 26 compared to previous years. Jumping over then to take a look at the capital budget. The municipal capital budget, we are requesting $89.6 million in 25 and 26 for capital projects. This includes $83.1 million in sustaining capital, which is down $6.5 million from the 23-24 budget, and $6.5 million of growth capital, which is up $2.4 million from the 23-24 budget. Sustaining capital includes things such as $29 million to support ongoing fleet and facility rehabilitation, $29 million to support rehabilitation of roads, bridges, streetlights, and traffic signals, $18 million to support the maintenance of and rehabilitation of parks, trails, irrigation, and other recreational facilities, $4 million to support the maintenance of information technology, $600,000 to support airport maintenance, $300,000 to support police service equipment, $300,000 to support fire and emergency services, and $200,000 to support upgrades to the Co-op Place Control Room and Esplanade Arts and Heritage Center public address system, and $2 million in contingency funding, which we'll talk about later as well. Larger growth capital projects include $1 million for energy efficiency component upgrades, $1.5 million roadway upgrades to 3rd Street Northeast, and $1.2 million in downtown surface upgrades. For more information and more of the capital projects and growth projects, you can take a look at Appendix A, Section 3.21 and 2.2, as well as for a discrete municipal listing, you can take a look at Section 4.1 of Appendix A. Looking at the rate-based utilities capital budget, the rate-based utilities are requesting $27.7 million in 25-26 for capital projects. This includes, $95.9. This includes $73.6 million in sustaining capital, which is up $27.9 million from the 23-24 budget, and $22.3 million in growth capital, which is down $9.6 million from the 23-24 budget. Sustaining capital requests here are primarily related to linear deep utility infrastructure. There's a federally regulated meter replacement program, various life cycle replacements for medium voltage transformers, overhead underground cable replacements, power poles, etc. Nonlinear facility infrastructure like booster stations, water reservoirs, lift stations, water treatment facilities, and substations. There is also within the growth capital, some of the major items include $9.5 million for the food waste compost facility, $6.4 million for the Kipling Street Southeast transmission main twinning, $1.5 million for the landfill airspace optimization, $1.4 million for 3rd Street Southeast water mains replacement, and $1.3 million for the Harlow transmission main interconnect. Again, the same sections are where you can get additional information on these requests, as well as section 4.3, which is the detailed breakdown for rate-based utility. Looking at the energy production budget, this budget provides 36.3 million in 2025-26 for sustaining capital projects, which is down 25.7 million from the 23-24 budget. There are no new growth requests in energy production. Sustaining capital requests are directly from the electric generation operating segment, and pertain mainly to scheduled capital maintenance programs to overhaul and replace specific components of the turbines and generators, electric generation.
Mr. Heimer, we're just going to, if I can just get you to pause, and I'm going to ask council if they have any questions while we're in the midst of things right now. Not currently? No? Okay, continue on. Thought I'd give you a water break anyway.
Thank you. The city's consolidated budget invests in total $221.8 million. This is $193 million in sustaining capital to maintain existing city infrastructure, and $28.8 million in growth capital to invest in council's strategic plan. The city's consolidated capital request is $26.9 million less than the 23-24 budget. Okay, taking a look then at new growth opportunities. So this new growth opportunities includes both the capital and the operating side. So this is kind of a blend of the two, but this was what was presented back in July to council, and these numbers have been revised with the new recommendations coming forward to you. This budget does demonstrate alignment with council's strategic priorities by executing all 4 of council's focus priorities as presented on November 18th, 2024, as well as investing $28.8 million in new growth capital over the 2-year period, and $10 million in new operating initiatives over the 2 years, enacting council's more comprehensive strategic plan. Related to the focus priority of social disorder, I'll just mention as well that all 4 of these, we have provided the detailed timelines and initiatives that were presented back on November 18th. That is a part of the budget briefing package, but more specifically with some of the asks and the dollar values. There are some that align more with the focused strategic priorities of council, and these would include things such as the downtown patrol units to increase the perception of safety and help address social disorder in the downtown core, as well as the implementation of the city's well-being plan. Related to addressing economic challenges, we do have within this budget $2.6 million in economic development incentives that will help to incentivize development of economic growth, help downtown businesses, as well as housing. We have $100,000 towards business retention and expansion projects, $200,000 towards investment attraction, strategy and action plan, $100,000 per year towards air service and commercial attraction and retention, and $40,000 towards an airport socioeconomic study, which all support economic development. This budget does not include investments in the Southside Event Center or facilities for the future, as this is coming forward as a separate item. So that item is not specifically addressed here, although the timelines and the action plan are available in the document that I mentioned earlier in the budget brief. Council's focus on service level inventory efficiencies is also earmarked in this budget through the $2 million service level target for 2026. All of the details about the new growth opportunities can be found in Section 3 of the budget briefing binder, as well as the business case compendium that we mentioned is on the city website. Looking at the one-time cost pressures, so in contrast to new growth opportunities, one-time cost pressures are costs that are required to maintain the status quo. So these aren't new initiatives or necessarily tied to council's strategic priorities. These are status quo, but we earmark them as one-time for 2 reasons. One is to ensure that when those expenditures are incurred, that those funds are available. So one-time cost pressures will carry forward until the close of the actual project. As well, the marking of one time ensures that this doesn't get rolled into our base. So we're not adding $100,000 for a project and then perpetually rolling that forward with future budgets. This is how we've earmarked those items. So the one-time cost pressures for the city are 1.4 million in 2025 and 1.2 million in 2026, consisting of 400,000 in 25 and 1 million in 26 for information technology related to end user computer refresh, the Esri GIS utility network upgrade, Unit 4 cloud migration, 250,000 for development and infrastructure related to the stormwater pond maintenance, 450,000 in 25 and 50,000 in 2026 for the city clerk related to the election and records retention, 100,000 in mayor and councillors for the municipal affairs inspection, 100,000 in 25 and 26 in city manager and managing directors for the CAO contingency, which we will touch on later as well. The 72,000 in 25 and 115,000 in 26 in people services related to safety training, testing, and auditing, and the municipally legislated full-scale emergency exercise. And then 40,000 in 25 for police for a UPS battery refresh. Looking then at the Medicine Hat endowment, we have proposed within this budget to utilize $10 million of Medicine Hat endowment funding. That would be $5 million per year. The use of the Medicine Hat endowment funding serves two purposes. One is that it helps us to pay for new operating initiatives within the municipal business unit, as well as helps to offset the municipal budget gap by providing relief to the taxpayer by reducing property tax requirement. This year we are proposing 10 million would be used. That 5.7 million of that would be used to fund the one-time municipal operating initiatives to support enacting council's strategic plan. These include, as we mentioned before, things like the economic development incentives, advanced collaboration, ecosystem, etc. And more details about those one-time operating initiatives can be found in section 4.1. Okay, taking a look at the contingencies within this budget, we have established a couple of contingencies here. The first that I will note here is the CAO operating contingency. This one, the CAO contingencies in total show 600,000 in 2025 and 600,000 in 2026. This is a reduction from the previous budget, which had a $1 million CAO contingency in 23 and $1 million in 24. We are proposing that would be split between capital and operating, providing a little bit more flexibility in how that funding is accessed for different purposes within the city. We are showing as well that we would look to create a new contingency, which we are calling the grant contingency. This is a pilot program to earmark funds specifically for grant-related opportunities. The new contingency would commit 250,000 of city funding, and the other 250 would be provided through matching grants. It can often take months to go through the formal channels to get approval for certain grants, which can oftentimes hinder the actual approval or applying for grants. It can also create red tape, which can discourage managing directors and managers from actually pursuing grant opportunities. This pilot program is meant to incentivize the pursuit of grant funding within the organization. It is a pilot program, so we are looking to see how this is utilized by the organization. And would require a few various criteria, including that projects would be recommended through our city treasury, who would determine eligibility. Projects must be able to demonstrate at least 50% grant funding, must align with one of council's strategic priorities, and must meet a federal or provincial mandate. No contingency funding has been provided in this budget for wage negotiations, so any increases that do come from union negotiations would come to council in the form of a budget amendment request. And just a note here as well that utilization of contingencies are publicly disclosed as part of our year-end processes. Okay, I just want to make mention, I won't go through this list, I promise. But this is a list of the items that we've noted already at this point in our budget development process, where we know that there's a request coming through, but we don't know the dollar value or the timing. Some of the details are still obscure. Some of these items you're likely familiar with. We've heard from community as well as from administration on a number of these items. And so this is just to provide a bit of awareness to council of some of the potential amendments that could be on the horizon. We are trying to minimize this as much as possible, but it is a reality that there are always things in the works. So we just want to highlight those things for you so that you're aware, as well as just make mention that budget amendments do have an impact on the city's financial plan and the ability to achieve its financial targets in the long run. Consideration of how financial targets should be, when we look at budget amendments, we should be looking at how these things impact our financial targets in the long run. The impacts of these items and any other items impact the city's ability to close its budget gap, avoid breaching debt limits, et cetera. So it's just a note for council, just so that we can make you aware of things that might be coming down the pipe.
I heard it, it's all good, it's 9 o'clock. City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you, and I do appreciate the presentation, Aaron, but I think right now might be an opportune time I know council has a lot of questions, so before we get too exhausted, I think I might turn it back to the chair so that council can ask some questions of Aaron while he's still fresh. Thank you.
Absolutely. I don't see anyone on the speakers list yet, but, which I'm surprised, but, hang on. Oh, sorry, Councillor McGrogan.
So I'm just curious, are we now getting into debating everything that we've just heard or asking questions about that? Is that where this break in the system is?
I believe so, yes. I think we're at the point where if you have any questions about the material that's come forward so far, we will have more of a formal debate when we get to the recommendation, but.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll wait till the formal debate. Thank you.
Sorry.
Mayor Clark has, sorry, just one. Mayor Clark? Yeah, go ahead. Mayor Clark has a question.
Thank you, through the chair. You mentioned a city manager operating contingency and capital contingency. Is there currently a city manager operating contingency? And how much is it, and what are the rules around it?
I do apologize. Could you repeat the question?
City manager, is there currently a city manager operating contingency? How much is it, and what are the rules around it? And also, what are the rules around the capital contingency fund?
So operating in capital contingency within the current 23-24 budget, there exists a operating contingency of council, but no operating contingency of the CAO. So currently, we do have a $1 million capital contingency for the CAO within the 24 budget. What we're proposing is to reduce that $1 million down from down to 600,000 total, and split it between operating and capital. The rules with that one is we do keep briefing notes for every single item that comes out of that. We keep track of the items that are that come out of the capital contingency, and then those items are disclosed during our year-end processes. Does that answer the question?
Thank you. If I may follow up.
Yes, go ahead, Mayor Clark.
Thank you. Historically, council has had a contingency fund. I don't see it on there. My understanding historically is that the city manager capital contingency has to be paid back. So if the city manager spends out of that contingency, it should have been paid back. Is that correct? I couldn't find a policy governing it.
I thank you for the question through the chair. We have in prior budgets had a repayable CAO loan. The current 23-24 budget is not a repayable CAO loan. With regard to the question about the council contingency, you are correct. We did have one in the past. At this point, we're not recommending using one going forward, and the primary reason for that is council contingencies are seldom used, and they don't necessarily reduce any level of red tape when it comes to utilizing those returns. They're usually relatively minimal in the grand scheme of things as well. And since all items would have to come back to council for approval anyways, we've just decided to not include one in this budget.
Are you good, Mayor Clark?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hyder. I have additional questions, but I think I'll save them for the debate.
Okay, Councillor McGrogan.
Thank you, through the chair. If you could go back to the slide that said that these things are not included in the budget. There's one there on, I thought it kind of, just hold on, let me find it. Let's see. New neighborhood developments, gas and electric. That one kind of twigged, so I go to our binder on the new opportunities, and there's one here called gas and electric new services. Is that the same thing?
I might pass that one on to.
And it's $900,000, so it is in here if it's the same thing.
Thank you. Through the chair, there is a difference between those two items referenced. One is at the parcel level that is fully contributed by the individual residents or the individual parcel owners. The one that you're referencing is the subdivision level. So if we're servicing a brand new subdivision as a whole, those are less predictable. So on that basis, we have opted not to include it in the planned budget, but we do anticipate if a developer comes forward looking for servicing, we would do an out-of-cycle budget ask in that case.
Thank you.
Mr. Heimer, you talked about, we can't do, you said something about we need to wait until we get to the formal debate portion of the presentation for formal recommendations. Is that coming up? I think that I would like to recommend that we start conversations that we've tried to be having. So just like, is that coming up shortly, or?
We can certainly skip certain sections if that would be.
I know there's valuable conversation to be had, and it's important for us. And yeah, sorry, Managing Director Egert.
Yeah, through the chair, Councillor Hyder, I know we had two other things planned, which we could just pause for now. And if there's questions on those two sections, we can refer to them. One would be a short presentation from our police service group through the chief, and then the second one would be just a high-level view of our financial plan. After those two sections, there was basically one slide that made the recommendation, then we would hand it back to you. So
City Manager Mitchell?
Thank you for that, Managing Director Egert, but I do have a suggestion, completely up to council, but if we wanted to move to the recommendations now and deal with this, and then have the chief of police come and then deal with that, just because this is fresh in our mind after Aaron, but completely up to you.
I'm will of council, so, yeah, Councillor Robbins?
Yeah, I just want to say, I don't think, looking ahead and having read it, I think there's maybe 5 or 6 slides here, and then I'd like to hear the whole picture before we start with recommendations. Personally, I'd like to just keep going on the path that we're on, but I think your plan was to have the chief speak with us at this juncture anyway.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins. Okay, there we go.
Okay. Just for clarification, it would be the will to do the police presentation after, or would we like to continue with?
Yeah, we'll just keep going. Yeah, I think is what we're going to do. Sorry, Aaron.
Okay. Then I will ask the police chief to come up and give his presentation.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm. Oh, Mayor Clark, are you?
Yep, I was just going to say that I feel like we shouldn't wait to have the police submission, but that's what we are doing, so.
Yeah, Chief Murphy's at the podium. He's gonna do his presentation.
And council, if whatever council wants to do, we're happy to, if you've already read what our proposals are in the budget, we're happy to just answer questions and do it that way, whatever makes it better for you, but whichever.
Councillor Robbins would like the presentation.
Okay.
There you go.
Thanks for this opportunity, council. Before we get going, and I'll deal with, and I'll have a conversation with Aaron later about his hash pipe comment. That didn't slip by me. I'm still paying attention. And I'll turn it over to the chair of the Police Commission, Mr. Paul Carolyn, just for some opening comments.
We've heard worse, Chief Murphy, I'm sure.
Thank you, Chief Murphy. Good evening, Mayor Clark, Chair Hyder, and council. Thank you for the opportunity to join you this evening on behalf of the Medicine Hat Police Commission to present the 25-26 police budget request. This proposal has been thoroughly reviewed and approved by the Commission, and we are confident that it represents what is necessary to support the members of the staff of the Medicine Hat Police Service over the next 2 years. Our goal is to enable them to continue to optimizing the safety and security of our community. In preparation for this budget, the Medicine Hat Police Service and the Police Commission developed a comprehensive business plan centered around 4 key objectives: community safety, community engagement, investment in human resources and technology, and organizational wellness. These priorities align closely with the strategic goals set forth in Council's strategic plan, particularly those emphasizing efficient and effective service delivery and fostering a resilient and inclusive community. We also recognize and commend Council for adopting an updated strategic plan that prioritizes an urgent response to social disorder. Addressing this challenge requires a collaborative approach involving multiple stakeholders, including the provincial government, municipal leadership, and the broader community. To support this initiative, our budget request includes funding for 2 additional police officer positions. If approved, these resources will further strengthen our capacity to contribute meaningfully to this integrated response. In closing, the Medicine Hat Police Commission remains committed to working collaboratively with Council, the community, and our partners to ensure the safety, security, and well-being of all residents. We believe this budget request reflects a thoughtful and strategic approach to meeting the challenges ahead while supporting the priorities aligned in your strategic plan. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we look forward to your support in enabling the Medicine Hat Police Service to continue its vital work in building a safer and stronger community. I'll turn it over to Chief Murphy.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Chair Carolyn. Okay, I'm going to make the obligatory false statement at the start that will be brief, but I'll do my best to keep moving through it. Okay, so the first slide is just relating to operating cost pressure adjustments that are ongoing. What these relate to is IT equipment refresh, IT subscription cost increases, and IT and police equipment inflationary pressures. One-time or operating cost pressure adjustment in the one-time category is it's the uninterrupted power supply battery refresh within our building and due to the nature of our business. And we also have the fire service operates dispatch and the 911 system in our building. It's important that we don't have any power outages that are past probably a second or two, which is what it takes for the power supply to kick in and when there's an outage. And there are 27 battery packs at a cost of $1,500 a pack, and they get refreshed every 5 years, and that's due to happen. I'll tell you, all the items in the sustaining capital request, our citizens have gotten every penny out of these items based on how long we've had them, and they've been great for us. But it's just time for some replacements. In terms of the firearms replacement, we've had our current sidearms or the pistols that all the police officers carry. We've had these for 20 years. There are 8 municipal agencies in our province, 3 Indigenous police services. We are the last service standing carrying the current pistols or firearms that we're carrying. Everybody else has switched to a different platform, same brand but different platform that's modernized. Current firearms are obsolete. Parts are no longer made for them. It's not just about the age and that they're obsolete and there's no parts anymore, but over the course of 20 years, thousands of bullets have been fired through these firearms. So it's just there's a significant risk to our police officers and to our citizens that we're still carrying firearms of that age and with the wear they have. In terms of the tactical carbine replacement, that is rifles that are carried by our tactical team. Those rifles are 23 years old. Same comments I would make about those as I made about the pistols that are carried by our police officers. The ASD replacement are approved screening devices. That's the devices that our officers use roadside when testing an impaired driver or a suspected impaired driver. We have 24 of those. Those are 12 years old, so it's time to be replaced. We require certain evidence to be introduced at court, and it's important that we have equipment that's updated, and these are getting to their life cycle or past. A fuming chamber replacement, that is a forensic identification item. The one we have right now is very dated. The current technology or new technology for that item, let's say if someone had a piece of paper that was touched and that needed to be examined, the current chamber, it causes the item to be sprayed with a chemical and takes several days to dry and then develop fingerprints. The new technology that exists out there can do it in the matter of hours now. So if you're dealing with something that's serious, it's important to have the new technology, which we don't currently have, so you'd be delayed for days. And the patrol laser replacement, those are handheld devices used to measure speed of vehicles. And we have 2 of those. Those are 10 years old and need to be replaced. I'm sorry I'm going a little fast, but please, if you want to stop me and ask a question, by all means. The uncrewed aerial vehicle, that is commonly referred to as a drone. We have commercial-grade drones that have camera or drone that has a camera and a FLIR attached. We use those in specific circumstances. I can give you an example just from in the last week. It was during late in the afternoon after school ended, there was a missing child. Might have wanted to be missing, but nonetheless was missing. Patrols was looking for the child, and a drone operator used the drone, because he carries it in the vehicle with him, was able to deploy the drone, get it in the air, and get eyes on that individual to just conclude things a lot faster. And I know we have one counselor that's a bit of a drone aficionado, so I can, if you're looking in the future for which type of drone this is and what we're looking at, I can certainly provide that. The second item is a public safety camera. You'll have seen these. They've been around for years. We haven't never used one here. Larger cities in our province use them, as they do right across North America and have for years. It's a generator that's on a trailer and the wheels are raised. A mast is raised from a generator with multiple cameras on top that have the ability to record and provide video back into our dispatch center or to our staff that's on duty. The idea being in locations that are hotspots for crime or that our data suggests that there's a lot of issues going on there and you can't always have a police officer, it's not efficient to have someone standing and always watching the same area. You use these cameras in crime hotspots and they're a deterrent, and then we can, if we see something happen, we can deploy members when something happens, so it gives people a peace of mind in a certain area. some concerns exist around those items because of the whole Big Brother's watching type of thing. There's ability to record, you don't have to record, you can have audio, you don't have to. There's some different things around that, but that's the idea behind that device. The growth operating requests, the first one is for one additional school resource officer, which the cost would be shared, and the shared cost is what you see would be the city cost for this. And the other half would be cost shared between the Medicine Hat Catholic Board of Education and the Public School Board. We currently have 3 school resource officers that are shared between several schools. Additional officer would allow some of the middle schools some additional coverage. We would cover multiple schools with one additional officer is the idea there. The downtown patrol officer / community liaison officer, looking for 2 of those. We currently have 3 members in our downtown patrol unit, 1 sergeant and 2 constables. I don't think I need to explain to council the issues we've seen over the last probably 3 years in our downtown and the surrounding area. The idea here is to have 2 more additional officers. It expands the time we can cover, and we also want to expand our geography a little too into the flats. And the idea would be if we get these resources to not only extend our times that we're covering, but we want to put the officers on bikes as well to improve some of the efficiencies around that and to try that next year and to cover over to at least allowance have. So trying to increase the time and increase the service area. I'm happy to answer any questions either now or when we get into deliberations.
Thank you, Chief Murphy, for that. Councillor Van Dyke.
Thank you through the chair, and I apologize in advance. This is going to be a very simplistic question, but is there ever any opportunity for recovery of costs through resale of older equipment?
There's potential. In relation to firearms, you can't do that anymore. Firearms, these are quite old, but in the past, before the laws are the way they currently stand, you could resell firearms to other agencies and things like that. These firearms, if you're speaking about that, if you have a specific piece of equipment, I can certainly answer that. These firearms will actually be destroyed. They'll be shredded.
Councillor Dumanowski.
Yep, to the chair. Thank you, Chief Murphy, for the presentation. Obviously, I sit on Police Commission, so I've seen this before. I think from the standpoint of the presentation, one of the questions that might come up, I'll ask it now, is around the additional 2 community downtown patrol officers. I know that the background and the ask is, I think pretty sound. The question is, we have made a request through the mayor's signature to the province for additional funds to cover off what we feel is a proportionate costing to deal with our social disorder, commensurate with other communities. Can you just elaborate on that and what effect that would have? We're still waiting for an answer. What effect that would have on the current ask?
Yeah, so if the City of Medicine Hat or the police service, if we were to receive these resources, which is in line with what the other municipalities have received for their downtowns, we wouldn't have to make this ask, or it would just be a wash. So that would take that away. But we made the request back in June. The request was acknowledged. We never did hear anything back past that. So that's the only thing. The reason I didn't remove it off the budget request is because whether if we're provided funding provincially for something that would bring us equal to what some of our other cities have received, we still need the resource at the end of the day. So I think we all see that out there and our citizens do. So wherever the funding comes from, there's a large concern that's sitting out there.
If I can, through the chair, I'll just thank you for that explanation. I appreciate that. I guess the point to bring up is that we have made an application. So assuming this is supported by council through the total budget request, we would have an opportunity for a payback or a portion of that, assuming the province follows through with that. And just a reminder that this was and remains the #1 concern with the public general in our public survey that the police service has done. So this is the attempt to respond to that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chief Murphy. I don't see any other speakers on the list currently.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I will try to be brief and have no more slip-ups here. Okay, so we looked at, this year we did a 10-year operating capital plan. We built it into a comprehensive financial model that models out all of our reserve requirements, all of our operating cash, debt, all of those kinds of things this year. So we went a little bit further than we have in previous years to try to provide a comprehensive picture of our 10-year picture here for you. As well as when we started, we did start with 4 targets, fiscal targets, municipal budget gap, our cash, our debt, and our free cash flow. The financial plan that we have established meets 3 of the 4. And the 4th one here, which we're calling free cash flow, is really, it's a target of how much money are we actually pulling out of reserves compared to how much are we putting in. And beyond the municipal budget gap, which is just a component of that, we do pull out funds for things like capital costs and things of that nature. So this gives a picture that over the 10-year horizon, we are pulling an average of $31 million out. But our free cash flow, which is what is replenishing those reserves, is only about $12.8 million. So this is just an area where we're flagging that within our financial plan, we have more work to do. The first step of which being the closing of the budget gap. We also have an attempt to reduce our reliance on business unit earnings in the long run. However, it'll have to be a concerted effort in future budget cycles to continue the work on closing this gap. If this gap is not closed, it eventually will mean that we'll run out of reserves. So over the 10-year horizon, this does amount to, within our operating capital reserve, a depletion of about 71%. So it's quite significant. As I said, I'll try to run through this relatively quick, but our plan does show a path to balance the municipal budget gap by 2028 and maintaining that over the horizon. On the cash side, we are looking at a drop in our cash over the 10-year period from $785 million down to $669 million. And while this does meet the cash target that we have of $520 million. One thing of note is that amount that we're calling operating and capital reserve, which is highlighted in the gold bar, is dropping from $256 million down to $74. So this is really the funds we have to invest in new growth opportunities to provide for operating contingency. The rest of the funds are sitting in either unrestricted funds, things that are earmarked for carry forward capital, Medicine Hat endowment, abandonment obligations, or energy transition, which are all earmarked for specific purposes. On the debt side, we are seeing that our debt levels are rising, and this is primarily related to some heavy capital-intensive periods for aging infrastructure, primarily in our electric distribution, as well as within our environmental utilities. We are seeing some pressures on that side as well. As we've mentioned here before, our Medicine Hat Airport, as well as other municipal buildings, are getting to the place where they are ready for replacement. So with that, we're expecting a capital-intensive period, which will drive up our debt. The other side of our debt limit is revenue, so it's debt to revenue. And over this period of time, revenues are remaining relatively flat, increasing no more than 1.7% per year. So you get the combination of the two things is leading to us getting very close to that debt limit overall. As we're looking at things like facilities for the future and additional future investment, this is something that we should be looking at and watching, because we could be in a position over the next 10 years of breaching our own city limit, although the municipal limit, which is really the legislated limit, still remains, we're essentially breaking through our margin of safety, but still well below the legislative target. And just one last note here on the free cash flow, that target there, 31 million, you can see only in 1 year do we actually hit that limit. We are below that limit for all of the other years within the cycle. And you can see quite clearly in this picture the level of volatility within that free cash flow. This is the dividends coming from our business units. The main thing that's causing this swing is our energy production. With the typical boom and bust cycles, the things that we discussed when energy production came up to speak, as well as their scheduled maintenance on their sustaining capital. So all of those things cause this volatility that we're seeing. As we move forward, this is, as we close that municipal budget gap, this really represents that next step in trying to establish financial sustainability, is finding a way to either reduce the amount that we're pulling out of reserves on an annual basis in order to maintain within the free cash flow that we're bringing in, or finding ways to increase free cash flow. And one of the opportunities that we have presented to council is the Samus Solar Park, which would help in this situation. So this will have to be something in the future that we are considering as we move forward. Closing remarks. I just wanted to say that coming out of this financial plan, there are some things that appear obvious, and one of those things is that we have to continue to monitor our financial targets. A lot of our targets are getting close to being in breach, and so we just have to, as we move forward, this should be something that we could continue to monitor, continue to provide updates on. When we look at new budget asks and new scope, whether it's facilities for the future, Medicine Hat Stampede, or any other requests that come forward, we should be coming forward with a recommendation for how we're going to maintain our fiscal targets as well. If we put forward a request for $120 million, let's say, for a project, and that money is coming out of reserves, we have an investment gap that is going to have an impact on our municipal budget gap. So what we're recommending here is that when we look at new budget asks, that we're also coming forward with a request for how we're going to maintain those fiscal targets over the long run. Strengthening cost containment efforts within the organization, starting with the service level inventory and workforce strategy, but then continuing that on into the future is paramount in order to help to offset some of the impacts of that reserve requirement and make sure that we close the municipal budget gap. As well as protecting and strengthening our earnings potential, addressing growth issues, and then maintaining Medicine Hat advantages. For sake of brevity, I'm just skipping through these a little bit quicker, and we'll get right to the recommendation. Okay, so today we are recommending to you that Council adopts the 25-26 operating and capital budgets, including funding sources and reserve transfers for Capital Reserve and Medicine Hat Endowment Fund, as outlined in Section 3 of Appendix A in the briefing note for rate-based utilities, energy production, municipal, and land development and real estate. And with that, I will turn the floor back over to you.
Aaron, thank you very much for your presentation, and I know endless amount of work, so I really appreciate it. And I wanted to say thank you for, like you said, we've spent a lot of hours together, and your presentations throughout this process have been very informative. People that do tune in, citizens of the community, felt they were very informed, so I appreciate that with the work you've done, so thank you. I don't see anyone on their speakers list yet.
I'll make a motion and then we can start debating.
Thank you, Ramona.
Since someone needs to make a motion, so I move the council adopts the 2025-2026 operating and capital budgets. Sorry, I'll just wait for Stephanie. Thank you. Well, that's the recommendation. So that'll also be my motion with a slight amendment here, including funding sources and the financial reserve transfers from capital and Medicine Hat endowment as described in Section 3. I have, my version is a little bit different than that, 3.1 and 3.2 of Attachment 1. So I'm not sure which one it should be, if it's Appendix A or Attachment 1. attachment 1. Okay, so described as 3.1 and 3.2 of attachment 1 for municipal rate-based utilities, energy production, and land development and real estate.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robbins.
I'll second, or did somebody second? I knew that.
Councillor Canodal.
Thank you, Councillor Hyder, through the chair. The one thing I want to point out, this is a ginormous package, and it's to point out one thing seems to me like I'm only focusing on this much, but I really, really appreciate that we have allocated different funds for the purpose of reclamation, energy transition. Those, to me, a couple years ago when we first started our term, I remember, again, this is something I've said before, I remember them not being visible, and to see them come forward as specific accounts now that we can guarantee that we have taken care of. That, to me, is really important. I think that there's a lot of other things too. I think, again, in hindsight, I remember sitting in this chair looking at the budget when we first started going, I don't feel connected to anything that I'm seeing. I don't understand why this would be on the budget, because naturally the council before us had different priorities and things just move forward in that particular pattern. So I think what's nice to me is I feel like I understand where we're at. And I feel like I have a good picture of why the decisions you're making have been made. I feel like ultimately there is a practical approach to the way that this has been decided on. I understand that we have our community, I feel like, in our municipality, the staff in our organization do a good job with maintenance and maintaining what is important and putting that at, there's schedules. We obviously have a lot to learn in regards to service levels. We have goals that our city manager with our vision is going to be bringing forward. We have work to do ultimately, but I feel like I have awareness and understanding of why we're at where we're at. So I appreciate the work that's been done. I don't think, I look forward to hearing what the other council members around the table have to say, because there's always, Councillor Robbins will say something and I'll go, oh yeah, I should have thought of that and asked that question. And but where I sit right now, I have comfort because I've been through it. We've gone through it together. We hear it in committee meetings. For example, the 311 system. I've had the privilege of sitting through the why. I have more connection to the why now than I did 2 years ago, 3 years ago. So thank you for the work that's been done on this. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Mayor Clark.
Thank you. Before we get into debate, I just also have one more question. I think it was asked before, but I don't recall having updated information from this budget. During the last budget, council passed a motion stopping the creation of new positions other than a couple that were in the previous budget. And so I'm not talking about the distinction between PEP or FTE or any of those like very particular things. It just sort of seems like there's lots of new city positions that I don't recognize being posted. So I'm wondering how many, not PEPs, but new positions have been added since that motion was made.
City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you. Just for clarity, Mayor Clark, can you give us the date of the motion?
It was during our previous budget deliberations in November of 2023. I don't know the exact date off the top of my head.
Mayor Clark, are you referring to the one I made?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I think I may have it. Just hang on.
Was that, Mayor Clark, are you finished your questions for now, or?
Yep, just waiting for a response on this one.
We'll just move on to Councillor Robbins.
Thank you very much, and through the chair, thank you for all of the material provided. I think we've had like the briefest, even though it felt like a long time when you were speaking, not because you weren't speaking well, but because we've heard a lot of this information having consolidated into one day is a lot. And so I wanted to just say even though we've been sitting here and listening for all of this time, there's also work that we've all done individually, reading all of the material. And I will say that the business plans, for me, the business plans and the new growth opportunity compendium were the most valuable documents. And I think if anyone has an interest or asks me in the future, where do my tax dollars go? I will encourage them to read that over 300 pages of material, and they can know as much as anyone about where your tax dollars go. I find that this budget proposed to me aligns with our strategic plan. I think that it makes sense. I think it reaches the balance between today and tomorrow, which is what the goal of the budget was. So I'm very, like Councillor Knodel, very interested to see what other people may have to say, but I find myself feeling, without having heard from anyone else yet, that I would support this budget and appreciate all the work that went into it. I will say for every hour sitting here, I probably spent 4 or 5 preparing to and I would go back even in time. Managing Director Eggert set up a workshop for new councillors way back in the beginning so we could really understand all of the pieces of the budget, and sitting through the workshop was very helpful to sort of give me the tools to really be confident in decision-making now. So thank you for thinking of that. I hope new councillors in the next council will get the same type of opportunity to really understand municipal accounting principles more than you would coming in being maybe less familiar with them. So anyway, I find myself thinking this budget meets the balance that our community needs, but I'll look forward to hear what other people have to say.
Councillor McGrogan.
Thank you. Through the chair, amazing job, Aaron, over the last, I think it's 24 plus hours now. If we were to add them all up. I think we definitely been given lots of information. I don't know if we've had a chance to we've had a chance to send emails and ask questions, but not to kind of, guess, arm wrestle about where we're going with this and what we got in front of us. And I was, I keep going through, and I agree with with Councillor Robbins in relation to new growth opportunities and how well it was laid out. And I think there's some really great information. I went through it just the last couple of days again, and I have some specific questions, but overall, I guess a couple of comments that I have, and I think the community would like to hear. We talk about plans, studies, and, we always think of the ones sitting on the coffee table, and, we need all these plans. So I'm curious about, we have, and this is just rough Andy math, we have about $4.9 million in plans and studies in this new growth opportunities, and that's really all they are. They're not tangible things. And I'm just wondering if somebody could just give me I guess an idea of what of these plans and studies, and I've got them kind of listed here, and I might have missed one or two. How many of these are regulatory plans and studies, and how many are just, we got an idea and we want to hire a consultant to tell us what we might already know, but we want it laid out in a nice format or whatever. And I see some of that as that, and I see some that's probably more specific, but it's like $5 million. So they're just plans and studies. And I know it's the culture, and I know that they're important, but I'm wondering if anybody could speak to what's regulatory, what's just kind of an idea they wanted a consultant to come in and do more work on. And I will say underlyingly, is there some of this stuff that staff could do? like some of these plans, and I'm gonna use one, I'm just gonna pull one out here. It's the Dunmore Road traffic review. Like, we have engineers on staff. We're gonna pay, it looks like $250,000 to have someone tell us how we can better coordinate the lights. It's a minor example, but I think it's an important one. Why do we need to get a study about that? Or is there a way just to kind of get right to an engineer? And so I'm asking a whole bunch of things, but I think it's all related. So I'm gonna turn it over to whoever wants to answer that, and thank you for letting me go on and on. I have other things, but we'll wait. Thank you.
City Manager Mitchell?
Thank you, and through the chair, one of the things I think, and we're not asking you to trust us implicitly, but the job of administration when we're preparing these budgets is we go through all these. I'm not going to go through what's regulatory and what's not. I'm going to leave that up to somebody else, so I won't answer that part of your question. But the other part of your question is, do we have the manpower to do it ourselves, or is it better to contract it out? We always look at it in case-by-case study. We had some conversations earlier about an engineer, and is it better to have somebody on staff doing the capital project or somebody outside? Every instant and every plan is a little bit unique. If we have the capacity in-house and the cost is more effective or less to do it in-house, great, but we also have to think about manpower and time. Does our staff have the time? Or is it better something that's done by a third party? Like we've done some stuff through People Services. We want a third party to come in and review our processes, so we're not determining ourselves. So administration has, through this process, looked at all those things and made determinations. But with regards to regulatory versus other plans, do you want to take that one, Dennis?
Through the chair, Councilor McGowan, if you have a list there, we could go through it and get the answers.
Yeah, well, I do. I have the list. It's all in the new opportunities binder, so I can email it to you. I've got it on a thing here. So, yeah, I think it'd be really helpful. And again, I was just curious because as I was rereading it, it just kind of hit me that we got a lot of plans and studies, and so I just kind of added them up roughly, and it's like says $5 million. So I think it's a valuable question, in my mind, and it's valuable for our community to hear. Also, to hear about the value of these plans and why a third party should be doing them, because it's $5 million of our tax-paying dollars. So thank you for that. I'll wait, turn any other questions over, but I do have a couple more I'll come back to. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. First of all, Mayor Clark, I am unable to find it, but you are right. I did make that motion, and I can spend some time looking for it, but you are right, that motion was made, but I don't think you asked your question based on that motion, so I don't know if you want to do that.
Mayor Clark?
Yep, I thank you through the chair. I did ask the question. It was just, I want to know the actual new positions that have been created since that time, not that like took a PEP and moved it somewhere else, but like what are the new positions that have been created? Because it seems like a lot of things are being posted all the time that seem like new positions, and so I would like a summary of that.
Okay.
City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you. I don't have a specific resolution of council on that matter. We did have a resolution of council, and I do think I read it out about your requests. There were 4 requests. 2 were defeated, 2 were approved by council, and they have been addressed by Director Koken at the September 16th meeting. So if there's something else outstanding, I would like to be advised.
I can actually help out with this. It was actually, I don't think you had quite started yet, City Manager, but you had already been offered, so we had put a freeze in on the positions. That is correct. Yeah. 2022, I believe this was, but I just couldn't find it. Okay, so while you're all looking for that, I've got a list. So let me just move stuff here. Shocking, I know, I have a list. So I went over the binder, probably 100 times now, so I got it down to probably the top 10 questions. And I think the very first question I asked on our very first budget meeting was about the food waste organic composting. And so I listened to all the answers. They make sense. They completely make sense. I understand them. I still have it in my head that we have an ability to do some regional partnership. So because I had that in my head, I did some digging at the Red Cliff facility, and I actually got a tour of the facility. I tried to haul a bunch of council out, but only Councillor McGrogan could spare the time. So we actually went out there, and it's an incredibly interesting process that they have out there for the composting or for the food waste organics. And I think ultimately what I find interesting is they're only at about 38% capacity. So they're at 38% capacity. There is an incredible amount of room out there for growth. So I know that they had, and I think City Manager, you had sent this to me last week or sent to council, that there was a 2018 study between all the regions, but I did double check. It did not look like that study was on composting. It was on solid waste. So I don't believe there was an actual study on that. So I guess I am hoping at a $9.5 million investment that it is absolutely a must-have. We can't partner. And I guess why this partnership is sticking in my craw so much is that Red Cliff and Cypress County partnered and got majority of it paid for. So when I see other communities getting it paid for, I would hope that we're trying to get in. Now, I don't know why we didn't partner at the time, but I would like to have a better understanding as to why we're not partnering now. So there's lots of room for expansion there. So I would like that to either go back to committee, and I'm happy to make a motion on it, or, well, I'd like to have it go back to committee for better understanding, because I don't know why it didn't go through. Yes, go ahead.
City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you through the chair and to Councillor Sharps. I'm just asking specifically, are you saying you'd like to pull it out and then review it, or is that your request?
Well, I'll wait till the rest of council speaks, but absolutely, I will make a motion to pull it out and then let council see what the will of council is, if maybe they're all interested in keeping it. And I'm not saying it isn't a great project, it is. I just would hope that we could see if there's synergies within our region.
Okay, thank you.
Jamie Garland, would you like to comment, or, sorry, I just thought maybe you guys were.
I don't know.
Sure, let me see if I can find my notes here. I have this one somewhere, I just gotta find it.
Thank you.
Well, as long as I don't find Aaron's pipe up here. Okay, I was prepared for this question, I just can't find my notes. What the heck? Oh, there we go.
I knew you would have an answer for me, Director Garland, but I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, no, I
Thank
was
you.
actually part of the whole, in all three municipalities, I was actually part of the waste study in 2018, so.
I actually read the minutes, so I am aware of
Yeah,
that, yes.
so I started it when I was in Red Cliff, and I continued on when I was at the county, and then I came here. So yeah, ultimately with there has been some collaboration regarding waste strategies in the region. Back in 2018, we did the regionalization study, which concluded that there was no compelling reason to change how we do things. Some of the major challenges between the three organizations is we have quite different service level offerings. So we're the only one that actually offers composting, recycling, and collection systems that are curbside. And so that was one of the challenges going through that. Red Cliff Cypress landfill. It's a joint landfill between the Red Cliff and Cypress County. Red Cliff's the managing partner, and on the administrative side of things, we've had some challenging times the last few years. They've had a lot of turnover, so we've made some progress and then kind of some steps back. But there was reach outs during our pilot. Prior to our pilot, we reached out to them asking for if we could utilize their composting pad that they created. And the response was they didn't have the capacity for our pilot material, let alone the full material. The other piece that might be a challenge is now we get carbon credits for our credits. So if we were to go over to their site, it might be a challenge. And also what we're proposing to build, they only have one component of the food waste composting site. So that you would have went out there and seen the composting pad with the aeration. There's actually like 3 components. So it's more like Lethbridge's system with the big building where you bring it in and sort the material. And then the back end side where there's a curing pad with aeration in it. So that's another piece that's missing. As far as collaboration going forward, we've reached out again to Red Cliff and Cypress, and we do want to collaborate with them as we go forward with this project. We want to invite them to the table. But we went through this whole pilot and we've had unbelievable response from the community. It's over 70% positive results. People understand this and want this in the community too. So I'm not sure if that answered all your questions or if I'm missing some pieces.
No, actually, it didn't. With utmost respect, I already knew all those answers. So I think the composting is fantastic, 100%. I'm just saying, let's not go build one for 9.5 million when we can use theirs. So Councillor McGrogan and I spent a couple hours out there and saw the entire process. And of course, they were very excited that we were out there. So I guess, you know what, I know you've had all those conversations. What I'm asking for, based on our meeting with them, was, can we maybe go back through committee one more time? 9.5 is a lot of money. I want to make sure every base is covered. And when we're out there and they're saying, we potentially have room, you guys don't have to go build this, you know, it's something that, as a councillor, I have to make sure that we unturn every stone to make sure that we're diligent about this $9.5 million. Does that, you've answered my questions, so don't feel bad, Jamie, like you've absolutely answered my questions, but I don't know that they have converted me into saying yes to 9.5. That was my first question. Do you want me to go on to my next ones, or do you want everybody else to take a turn?
You can continue.
Yeah, okay.
Continue.
Actually, this one is similar to Councillor McGrogan's last question, and it's on the reference number is CS 2025-07, and I'm looking for clarity on the $200,000 for 2 years on a development for a strategy, and it just aligns. Is that a development of a strategy, or is that a consultant we're using on the advanced collaboration ecosystem project? It is 2025, it's CS 2025-007.
All right. I will give an initial response, and if you need more information, I do know we have some resources online. The collaboration ecosystem, yes, that has a consultant to help us get the system set up. But once it's set up, it's intended to be a break-even initiative. So spend a little bit of money getting the system in place, and that will allow us to get rid of some old systems that we currently have in place, and that'll save us money there. So the new costs will offset the old costs, but the consultants are required to get us there. And in doing so, we're going to see some benefits from implementing the new system, including records retention, including the ability to collaborate within the city on the collaboration ecosystem framework. So those are mainly the highlights.
That's awesome. But on the 200, is the entirety for the consultant, or is it like split between the consultant and the operations after? Do you know?
So the 200, if you're looking at the actual business case, relates to the consultant and dedicated effort, internal as well, to have someone set aside to actually do the work during that implementation period.
So it's an additional staff member?
No.
or- No.
No, just designated
Okay.
someone in-house.
Do we know what the split is between consultant and, just so I have a good understanding? Because I am trying to get my head wrapped around what we use for consultants. And, you know, I sit here for we've been here for 3 years, and I get to listen to all the staff, and we have some incredibly talented staff. And so I say to myself, okay, we have this really smart staff, why aren't they doing some of these things? So that's my head. And I remember sitting at home watching council and thinking the same thing. Like, we've got such smart staff, why aren't they doing some of these projects? So it's the same question when I read this. Out of that 200,000, is there anything that we can bring home? So that was the question there. I can go on to my next one, though.
Are
Yeah.
you satisfied with that, or do you need
Ish.
some more information?
Ish, thank you.
Could I just ask if
Yes.
Director Robinson is on the line, if he could supplement that answer, just so that Shyla
Sure.
Sharps is,
I'd be happy with
can
that.
get her answer to the question? Thank you.
Certainly, it's Marty Robinson here, Director of IT. Through the chair, for clarity, Councillor Sharps, you're referring to CS 2025-007?
Correct.
Okay, so I think Managing Director Egert was referring to collaboration ecosystem, which that is not that number. The number you're talking about is the data and analytics strategy and development.
Yeah, so the verbiage on it is for the development of a strategy for the corporate planning and performance. So that's where the strategy portion of this, is this the strategy having a consultant do this for us? And it says on here, the Advanced Collaboration Ecosystem Project.
Yeah, so through the chair and probably referring back to Managing Director Egert, this is the corporate planning and performance data and analytics strategy. So Managing Director Egert, you might want to revisit the answer to that one.
Okay, thank you. And I heard collaboration ecosystem, so I went right to that project, Councillor Sharps.
No problem.
This particular one was based on a data strategy that we want to prepare for the organization here in terms of all the data we have. This was really being led by our corporate planning and performance group. That one hasn't yet been determined how we're going to do that. However, we put some money aside to be able to plan for that. Definitely with the departure of our director, who had a lot of background with data and so forth, we would probably most likely look at a consultant to help us get that strategy together.
Thank you. So I will say, unfortunately, your answer led me to another question, which is CS 2025-001, which is the data collaboration, but that's in an amount of $610,000 a year. So what is the difference between the advanced collaboration ecosystem and this one? Sorry.
So you referenced both of them. The first answer was related to the advanced collaboration ecosystem. Again, the answer is related to implementing the system to be able to displace some existing systems that are probably due for replacement. So again, the consulting that's required for us to implement that will get us to the place where the ongoing operating cost will offset what we're spending now, and we'll be getting rid of those two systems.
Thank you for the clarification.
City Manager Mitchell.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair and to Councillor Sharps, you had a question about consultants versus staff, and I did talk to Councillor McGrogan about this. We do try to do things in-house, but we always carefully balance out whether we have the capacity and also whether we have the skill set. Some other times as well, too, it's helpful for the third party to come in if it's for something like an airport study, because they've got familiarity with it. But I will say that the workforce strategy which we've undertaken will have a really comprehensive look, because I do think there's still some questions surrounding when we use consultants and when we use staff. So we're hoping that through the workforce strategy, we'll have more answers on that. And we'll kind of have a more comprehensive organization-wide way to do that.
So I'm not emotionally attached to either. I just want to understand what we're spending our money on, right? Does that make sense? My next one is on municipal works. It's DI 2020-5015, the pedestrian connectivity for $300,000. So this one kind of puzzled me, and I'll tell you why it puzzled me. So and it says $300,000 for dedicated funding for the installation of new sidewalks, accessibility ramps. So why this puzzles me is that we talked about the Heron Crossing Desert Bloom pedestrian accessibility, and that came in millions. So how does this come in at 300 for the entire city and Heron Crossing came in at millions?
Thank you, through the Madam Chair. So a couple of things. So first of all, this is largely sidewalk and ramps. It's much, much smaller rebuilding of existing infrastructure and in adding in some sidewalks and some pathways. I do have Director Nowakowski here who can go into greater depth for you on that. But I can't say, for example, the reference you've made to the other project for Heron Crossing is the complexity of actually building a new pathway with very challenging topography. But I'll pass this over to Director Nowakowski.
Thank you, through the chair. That's correct. This, the program you're referencing is for short, small sections of missing sidewalk. I reference the hospital area a lot. There's blocks that are missing sidewalk. There's wheelchair ramps that we need to install, make accessibility more complete in the area.
Totally makes sense. So then my question bringing that in was, how does it get prioritized? Like how would, and I mean, I brought up Heron Crossing before, this isn't new by any means or a secret. How does one get a capital request in for something like Heron Crossing where it's a huge safety issue versus a $300,000 fixing of sidewalks? I mean, I was under the impression it was based on need. So would this be a greater need than that Heron Crossing Desert Bloom?
Well, through the chair, we're currently working on an active transportation strategy that will prioritize areas based on things like need, where we have more population use, density, traffic safety, things like that. So we are working on that prioritization. As far as this program goes, once again, this is a continuation of a program we had a few years ago. Small sections of pedestrian sidewalk that's missing.
Excellent, okay. But since you're there, you can probably answer my next question because you referenced it, was this is DI 2025-002, the active transportation for 1.45 million. So again, reread all the plans and like, I have some concerns, and my concerns isn't active transportation. I think that's fantastic. My concern is that we're dating back the cycling master plan to 2010. So it's 15 years old. And same with active transportation, I think that's 2014. So at what point do we keep using the same plans, or do we say we have to update the plan? Like, so do we put money in using a plan that's 15 years old, or do we put money into updating the plan to make sure it's for the current climate, the current population?
Through the chair, the current active transportation strategy that we're working on will replace that cycle master plan.
Okay, so this 1.45 is to replace the transportation master plan?
Sorry for clarity.
No, that's okay. So,
I'm not sure
no,
which.
it could be me that's not understanding. So DI 2025-002, active transportation for 1.45. So there's a couple of things. Is this for the active transportation plan? Because in the recommendation, it says to construct 3-meter wide pathway, similar to Division Avenue. So is this is where I'm confused. Is this for the plan or for the actual work?
I'm sorry, I don't have the
Nope,
paperwork
that's
in front of
okay.
me. This may be
Can I leave that
relate.
with you?
Okay, I know it now.
Managing
This
Director
is,
Bohan? No.
through the chair, this is part of the 3rd Street North project. This is the growth capital portion of that, which will install multi-use trail along that corridor.
Okay, so I think that's where my question is. So, thank you, I appreciate that. So before we put in multi-purpose trail of 3 meters wide, should we update the master plan first, the active transportation?
The active transportation strategy will be updated.
Prior to doing this?
Yes.
That's my question, thank you. Because I was wondering, it's quite dated, so why would we spend 1.45 million on sidewalks before the plan was updated? But that makes sense if we're not. But I did have a question about bicycles while we were here about my budget, if everybody's giving me a look, but I'm over it. Okay, on the active transportation sidewalks, we have all the sidewalks and then we have the red area. And I know the multi-use pathway is intended for both cyclists and pedestrians. At what point does a bicycle get off the pathway if there's no sidewalk? And is the bicycle supposed to be on the road or on the sidewalk? Because I understood the bylaw that bicycles are road.
Our public roads bylaw stipulates an age for who's allowed to ride a bike on a sidewalk.
Okay, and can I ride on both?
Sorry?
I am not too old, that's rude. And right, but rude. So I'm just wondering, when we're doing a 3 meter, is that the intention for bikes to ride on it? If you don't have all these answers, that's okay. I can send this in an email too. But is the intention for when we do a 3 meter for bicyclists to be on that 3 meter path?
Yes, correct.
Doesn't our bylaw say they have to be on the road? I could be wrong. I was pretty sure our bylaw said.
Unless it's a multi-use trail, which is a
Okay.
3 meter trail.
Okay. I'm gonna double check that. I think that was almost it. Oh, one more, sorry. Municipal Works reference DI 2025-005, the downtown surface enhancements. So that's on 3rd Street again. Is that the same area we just did?
Through the chair, no, this is the next two to 3 blocks, I think, from 5th Avenue to 3rd, I believe.
I know we did, but I'll double check that. I thought this was all the planters and everything on the section that we already did. But I will double check. That was it for my questions.
Thanks, Councillor Sharps. Councillor Dumanowski.
Just for clarity, so I have comments through the chair. I was going to call you, Your Worship. So I don't know if we have other questions. I mean, I'm prepared to make some, I'll call it closing comments. But I think it would be appropriate to keep the questions going if others had that first, so.
If I may, through the chair, I've provided council with the minutes of the December 5th, 2022 council meeting, which contains the motion that I was referencing.
City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mayor Clark, yes, I received that. It was my understanding that was temporary until the new city manager came in, which was me. And then after that, we've had many, many conversations about where my direction and vision for the city is to keep council involved. Council has been involved in all those conversations. Since that time, I've hired a new director of people services. They've developed a 3-year people strategy. We've been updating council throughout that whole time on the path and progress of our vision.
Councillor Hirsch.
Again, my question was
Oh.
the difference between that point in time and now in terms of additional positions?
Oh, okay, go ahead, sorry, Aaron, thank you.
I just have a quick comment
Yep.
on that one. I do believe that there was information that was provided to council at the beginning of 2024 that illustrated changes since the beginning of the budget period. And since that point, we have been working with People Services and Financial Control and Reporting on reconciling that. And I don't believe after that point in time that there have been any additional, beyond, of course, the ones that have been approved through council since that point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Heimer. Councillor Hirsch.
I guess I'm in the same situation as Councillor Duwanowski in regards to type of comments. You know, obviously through the whole process that we've been now at 25 and change of hours, et cetera, of involvement, I'm pretty comfortable. You know, again, I've worked through a little bit of the stuff within the budget. You know, everyone's going to have their winners and losers when it comes to each line item, but I do have commentary on the general. So I'll still, in the spirit of asking questions for other councillors, they can continue.
Councillor McGrogan.
Thank you, through the chair. Just a couple questions, just to, I guess, get it on the table. And I want to go back to the food composting project. I remember early in the deliberations about this, there was a comment that we needed to have a water line ran up there. It was $2 million. I'm wondering if there's been any exploration of, because it doesn't have to be clean potable water, it can be any water. The reason I'm bringing this up is because of the tour we did out in the other facility. There is a well out there, though it's not, the well is not sufficient to look after the water needs. But I'm wondering if we've done any exploration about digging a well up there somewhere versus running a water line, if it's cost efficient and if there's enough. There's been any, I guess, examination of that. It's just, I'm curious about that.
Director Garland.
Thanks for the question. Short answer is yes. Staff are currently researching the potential of wells. So we've engaged, as part of the pilot study, we've engaged a consultant to come in and look at doing some sample wells to see if there's any water within the facility. But what's in council's package is that to actually run a water line from down at the wastewater plant. So worst case scenario, that's what we'll have to do, but we are looking at ways to cut costs if it's possible.
Thank you. I just had a couple more. I just want to go through my notes here. So I guess this question is probably just to the city manager in general. So what I understood tonight is there's 3 positions that were kind of taken out after the initial new growth asked. There was 3 that were eliminated, so the rest are still new positions that are, and there's about 8 of them. Is that about 6? Yeah, if you could just give some clarity around that. I know that you had said that you'd maybe found some of the personnel within existing positions, and I'm wondering if you could just give some clarity around that, because when I look at this new opportunities binder again, there's still a number of positions that are in here with dollar amounts put to them. So if you just give some clarity, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, through the chair to Councillor McGrogan. Aaron, did you want to speak to that? Overall, what we did is when you sent us back after the last meeting, we had extra positions, and we found the positions internally and then even lessened the positions, is my understanding. But I'll get Aaron to give you the specifics.
Thank you. Are you looking for specifics on the positions that were repurposed? We can certainly provide that.
Well, so I think what I was led to understand, I believe probably is true, is that all the positions that are in the new opportunities thing, there has been other positions that have been vacated that we're using now to fill those positions, so the money is off the table. That's what so I'll give you a couple of examples. And I just, made notes of them here. I'm just, again, we have the IT analyst, OT, AMI, systems analyst, 127,000. Airport maintenance specialist, 53. Airport safety and security, 102. Parks recreation, assurance coordinator, 898. Utility distribution, alternative energy tech staff, 125. So they're just ones that I made note of. So is that new money, or is that is it being repurposed from existing positions? That's my question.
We, through the chair, thank you for the question. Through that effort, we've not only replaced the FTEs, but we have reduced our base operating expenses to offset the cost for those new initiatives as well.
Super, thanks for that. And just one more question, and then I'll stop the questions and save comments. There's also an ask in here in relation to programming of the town square, and I'm wondering, are we still going ahead with that? Because the cans are gone, or is that just kind of off the board now?
Cans are gone.
Thank you, and through the chair, we have Acting Director Aaron Nelson, who's online right now, who could best speak to that.
Good evening. I'll answer that through the chair. We will not be continuing with programming at Town Square.
Thank you.
Are you, Andy, are you? Yep.
So back to Aaron, I guess, if you don't mind. So that means that that's going to be, has it already been taken out of this budget, or is it still in here? It's a small item, but I'm just curious.
Thank you through the
You're corrected.
Sorry.
Sorry, it has been taken out of the budget.
We're both named Aaron, so. Thank you through the chair. Just due to the timing of when that decision was made, this package had already been completed, so it is in, but it would be at the discretion of council to adopt the budget with the amendment of removing the town square programming.
Thank you.
Anything?
I have an opinion I want to share.
Go ahead.
And it's in relation to police. I see police are here, and they were gracious enough to go over what they've already done their due diligence with the commission with. And it's my view that council shouldn't be, I guess, questioning the individual items. I think more it's the main package. So I know they're sitting up here all ready to go. But it is my view that we shouldn't, if we could say, we are going to fund or we're not, but I don't think questioning the specifics of the chief and his team's asks is appropriate. I think it's the commission that's already done that work, and we just really should be just approving the big bag of money or not. And having said that, I personally don't see any other reason for them to be here other than the entertainment of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGrogan. Councillor Van Dyke.
Thank you. And through the chair, I don't have any questions. I wanted to thank administration for this extremely comprehensive package between the agenda packet, the supporting documentation, and the information available on the website. There are literally hundreds of pages of information around the budget and this process. And I think that it's very helpful, not just for council, but for the public, because it's a thorough overview of the budget process, but also of the city's finances and priorities, which I think are helpful for the community to know. I know that budget processes can be contentious in the community, especially during an affordability crisis. And I understand that there's cost pressures facing residents, but understand that those same cost pressures are facing the municipality. And we have to deal with those moving forward as we try to provide services for the community. I think this budget aligns with council's strategic plan. I particularly appreciate the focus on the practicalities of municipal service provision, particularly with utility projects and landfill lifespan extension. And I'm confident that city administration will continue to find efficiencies through the service level inventories and workforce strategy. And I'm hopeful that that will have an even more positive impact on the 2026 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dyke. Councillor Robbins. I'm sorry, Councillor Duman. How could I forget you? Councillor Duman.
It's happened before. No. Through the chair, I appreciate the long night, and we have, you know, a little bit of a longer night before us yet. My only question, or I guess I do have a question, is around the existing budget in relation to some of the additional requests. I would like to have consideration for HALO funding in this budget, or at least put it on the table. And then I do have closing comments. So from a matter of process, what is the best way to approach that?
City Manager Mitchell.
Through the chair, I have a suggestion that the few items that we talked about, including HALO, it would be good for council to just, you know, talk about whether they want to include it in the budget or not. And if that's the case, then Managing Director Egert can give us some advice on that. Thank you.
Well, just for the sake of getting on the floor, I would like to make a request that HALO budget be part of the consideration for the 2025-2026 budget deliberation.
I'll second that motion.
Any conversation, or we just, sorry, Councillor Robbins?
Yeah, I guess I'm going to say I'm confused about where we should go from here, because we have a motion on the table about the budget and approving the budget as it is. For me, with regard to HALO, I'd like admin to let me know what the options are and how that affects our financial position. And I also would like to ask admin to explore if instead of having an operational amount, if we gave an amount to their community, I'm forgetting the name. Help me out. Paul's still here. They have a community foundation, right? Sorry, I forgot the word for a minute. Community foundation fund. I would like to look at that as an alternative as well, and just see how that would affect us financially as opposed to regular operational money, if maybe a larger donation to their fund, which would then produce income for them. I just want to know what those things might look like as options. But since we already have the budget on the table, is this like, do we want to consider it in our deliberations, or do we want the answers to those questions before next meeting and then we'll add it to the budget? I'm not sure what is the best, as we already have the budget on the table.
Managing Director Egert.
So through the chair, Councillor Robbins, Councillor Dumanowski, related to this particular item, you'd also have to include a funding source. So in other words, yes, included in the budget, but then how are you going to pay for it? And at this stage in the budget, I would recommend for 25 and for 26 that these two amounts be paid out of reserves, that we still hold true on our tax revenue increase, and we still hold true on targeting to eliminate our budget gap by 2028. So that's what I would recommend. You bring, Councillor Robbins, a few other questions as to how else could we fund it, maybe through community foundation, if I understood that correctly, or some other form of funding. But as a starting point, maybe for further discussion, that's what I would add to this resolution, is how we're going to fund for it, how we're going to fund this item, and that would be what we would recommend.
So Councillor Robbins, would you like to make a friendly amendment?
No, I don't think I will at this point. That's something that I'll just throw out there, that HALO may want to consider asking future councils. They made their request tonight as it was, so just something for them to think about. Future councils may not be willing to spend money on operational I don't even know if this council will, we haven't even voted on it yet, but they may prefer to do something that is more long-term.
So we have a motion on the floor. Two motions on the floor.
Through the chair, if I may. So I appreciate that there was a motion on the floor and I brought that into the conversation. I guess as a matter of process, I guess I saw it as an amendment to the original motion. I, appreciating the comments that Managing Director Egert just put before us. I mean, there is the opportunity of the conversation. We had a presentation tonight. We are talking about the budget. It should be no surprise that there might have been an opportunity for this to be included. We've had that in the past where we have predetermined expectations around how we're going to include projects, but I do like the idea or the suggestion of it coming out of the reserve. And I guess for me, even if it were a consideration for the 2-year budget cycle, I know that's not what necessarily Halo or Mr. Caroline would wish, but something is better than nothing is how I look at it. And it would not fetter future councils too far into the future from being able to extend that. So I'm not sure, again, maybe the city clerk can procedurally give us direction on how we proceed, but I would like that to be part of the overall consideration in whatever capacity council sees fit, or at least from the standpoint of getting on the table, then council will vote on it.
Madam Chair, Section 9.5 of the procedural bylaw talks about a friendly amendment. After debate on a motion has begun, the member making a motion may, with the general consent, make minor changes to the wording or agree to a minor change proposed by another member if proposed change does not impact the intent of the motion. So there was a motion on the floor, and then all of a sudden another motion came forth. Commonly, a friendly amendment, if it was accepted, could amend that previous motion that was made by Councillor Robbins and Councillor Van Dyke. The main motion still stands on the floor to approve. How do you?
Councillor Robbins?
Yeah, so as I'm understanding what you're saying, I've made the motion, Councillor Van Dyke seconded it, and we have a motion that makes a minor change in that it's not a minor change, it's a big dollar item, but in the whole of the budget, I'm saying it's one thing that we're sort of moving from the we're not doing to now you want us to consider doing. So from that perspective, I think that we could vote on the amendment. Perhaps, can I suggest if the amendment was just a little bit more specific in the dollar amounts and that the funding comes from reserves?
I would concur. So I would add that it be added as an amendment to, or friendly, I don't know, we don't use friendly amendments anymore, or do we? That's changed over the years, but add it to the original motion as an inclusion in the form of funding for 2 years. The budget cycle that we're looking at, $250,000 for 2 years from capital reserve. And then it'll be up to council to decide.
And if it's required for me as the original mover to say that's fine with me, that's fine with me. We can go to the amendment debate.
To the chair, would this be an appropriate time to consider Councillor McGrogan's question about Town Square and removing it's already been removed. Wonderful. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder for? Oh, yeah, Managing Director Egert.
Through the chair, sorry to interrupt. Before you start making motions, it should say operating reserve, not capital reserve.
Operating reserve, not capital reserve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
And just to the chair, if I may, Just as I read that, deliberations for the next 2 years from operating reserve at a cost of 250,000. Sounds like that's the total cost. I don't know. Wordsmithing could go on
No,
per annum.
per year.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, Councillor Hirsch.
So I was next to speak, but I actually have a clarifying now question to staff or to city manager. You know, I think about this in our progression in dealing and trying to listen and receive multiple requests from nonprofits through this term. I feel like it's accelerating. I feel like it's more and more and more. And this has got nothing to do with any particular agency. What I am worried about though, and I guess I'd like to know where we're at with the strategy. We had talked about, and I'll just say it, I'm struggling with the nonprofits and the asks that are coming. We talked maybe potentially about an action plan about reaching out for forecasting any kind of capital asks or operating asks, that sort of thing. I try to live in the world of no surprises, and a lot of times we are getting surprised with some coming. You know, I can reflect and list off, you know, curling club, et cetera, that come in that we weren't really much aware until staff reports back to us that that's been an ask. So I'm just wondering, can you maybe let us know where we're at with that process?
Thank you, and through the chair, we've done a capital grant process that council was really instrumental in bringing forward to answer this question. But one of the things we really need to think about is if these asks are frequent and continued, and they are, and any city of this size or greater, it's a common theme, and every city has a different system. But what I would suggest that we might want to look at is not only the capital, because now we're getting operating. So if we have a framework in place for capital, we should have a framework in place for operating. But there also should, in my opinion, be a cap. So that if council wants to, in their budget, say we've got this much to address any requests from the community, nonprofit, capital or operational, and this much money set aside. Because then there's a set amount and there's a cap. So that would be my suggestion. We're in the process of hammering out the framework for the capital, but we also now have to work on the operating too, because we weren't getting operating requests and now we are.
So I'm really pleased to hear that, because that's exactly kind of where I'm going, is that I appreciate, and every presentation we get, even tonight, worthy, for sure. I'm not debating that. The challenge is how do you compartmentalize those asks that could vary year over year, and we all are aware that the frequency of those asks are absolutely going to increase. In fact, the more we do these type of acknowledgements and we actually move towards supporting them, the more precedents we send, the more likelihood more people are going to, more groups will come forward and say, hey, pick me, I'm a good candidate for your support as well. So, and I'm not trying to be a naysayer on any group whatsoever. There is some worthwhile organizations out there that we continuously and try whatever we can do to support. I guess I'm a little bit nervous, and I'm trying to speak and understand this amendment. It's particular with Halo, I get it. But we also have other presentations that we received that maybe didn't make the cut, that I'm listening to. I think of the Women's Shelter, where there's other organizations that are looking for that. So I would like to understand a methodology around it. It sounds terrible, but I almost feel like suspending this sort of activity until we do get a framework, because as we create the precedents, now how do you close the gate and say, okay, and again, I don't want to look at Paul because he's probably frustrated with me, but if I'm really cognizant of the public purse and willing to look at other opportunities, we almost have to really look at some sort of cap or some sort of understanding. And because then at the end of the day, it's not the favorite charity or nonprofit that just kind of pulls on my heartstrings, and then I go, well, we have to do that because we'd be honestly bankrupt because it just pulls on every group that we have. So I'm sorry to get on that soapbox, but it just, this particular request is just a little bit of my concern that I had when it comes to the totality of what we're getting asked all the time.
City Manager Mitchell.
Thank you, and through the chair, and to your point, through the workforce strategy and looking at business cases now for any hiring that happens, we did that process last week. Some of the things that we're finding out, we're going to have to shift the way we do things strategically. So for example, to your point, we are doing things as service provision that members of the community could do or other groups may be doing.
Exactly.
So if there's funding for that and it's an 80-20 model, could that funding not be reverted to somebody in the community rather than the city doing it? And these are the decisions we're going to have to make. This ask is an operational, and that's one thing we didn't prepare for in our capital request. So I'm not telling council what to do, but I am saying we have not a framework in place yet for the operating. We do for the capital, but I do think it's something we still need to address. And I agree with you. I think a cap is one way to go, so there is a limited fund.
Councillor Dumanowski and then Managing Director Hutter. Oh, sorry, Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. Sorry to be petulant, but I have been waiting patiently, not so patiently. So, Councillor Hirsch actually said a lot of what I want to say. So I'm a huge supporter of HALO. However, this is about the public funds right now and the purse, and we're the ones we are responsible for. And if I would love to consider HALO, but then to me, we need to send administration back with a motion. Number one, I don't even know if this has been seconded. Has it? Has it? By who? Okay.
No.
I would send administration back with a motion to come back with a revision to the budget that includes HALO, Medicine Hat Women's Shelter, and Stampede. Those are the three that are in front of us right now, and I feel like we've got different rules for everybody right now, and that's not sitting well with me. Our job is to hold that person to make sure that everyone is treated fairly and equally, and they all have a little piece of my heart, but I need to hear the arguments. You don't think from your heart, you think with a responsibility and a framework towards the public. So I personally, I will say this right now, I am not prepared to pass this budget as it is. And especially if we're wanting to add, then there needs to be a reduction someplace else. The 5.8, especially when, like, obviously everyone knows how I feel about $9 million, and nothing personal, which is, no, 9.8 is the.
Can you repeat that into the mic, whoever was talking to Councillor Sharps?
I think that was city manager, but I don't hear what she said. 5.6 is the. She thought I was talking about percentage of the rate increase. So I'm just saying that if we want to include HALO, I am open to that conversation. I would never say no, but I think that that is a revision to the budget that needs to be at the next council meeting, and we decide about HALO and have a fulsome discussion over the nonprofits that also want money. But I know I'm not prepared to pass a 5.6% plus have a budget amendment for HALO, plus a budget amendment for the Women's Shelter, plus a budget amendment for the Stampede, plus a budget amendment for Facilities of the Future. We can call it 5.6, we're gonna be looking at 8%. So personally, I will not vote in favor of this budget at this point. I'm more than happy to hear everything there is about everybody else, but I think something needs to come out of here then. That's where I am.
Councillor Van Dyke.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. So I too support HALO and voted the last time around to include that funding, but I'm not comfortable having it come forward into this current budget, kind of on short notice like this. I would like to get a briefing note from administration on where the money would come from and if they have any other funding model recommendations, like Councillor Robbins said, but also like fee for service. If they are providing services for our city, our municipality, perhaps it's more appropriate to determine the value of that and look at that instead. But without having administration look at that, I wouldn't know what their recommendation would be. So I would much rather have it come forward for an amendment in the future with more information from administration than adding it into the budget at this point, which I do support currently.
Mayor Clark?
Thank you through the chair. My feeling is that there have been a few questions asked this evening, including mine, which is that I do understand that a presentation came to council in January of this year, but a year has gone by and I'm asking for it to be updated. There's definitely positions that, or at least one position that isn't on there. The food waste, Halo, and I believe there was maybe one or two other things. So I am not prepared to support the budget at this time, but I feel like council could ask administration to come back with answers to those questions and a briefing note on the request from Halo for the next meeting.
Okay, Councillor Robbins.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, I just wanted to confirm with Mr. Heimer that I'm getting this right. So I've heard a couple of questions about things that I thought were deferred. So when I look at the new growth opportunities, everything after page 102 is deferred. These are not things that are on the budget. They're not included. That can be for another council for another day. Am I right about the way that document is designed?
Through the chair, that's correct. There's a section at the back that itemizes the deferred items. Those ones are not a part of the recommendation that we're providing for you today, but they are there for your information.
Okay, thank you. So there's Appendix C, I think. Okay. Thank you for that. So it's getting late. We only have 15 minutes technically left in this meeting. If there are specific questions that I think we want answered, I mean, I would be very happy to hear more about Halo from admin's perspective. I don't need to hear any more about the waste myself. I understand we're getting a federal credit of $400,000 a year. That's at risk if we don't actually fund some sort of change happening, and so I'm quite concerned about that in our bigger picture. So maybe that could be emphasized for those who have more questions about it, that there is that significant risk to us if we don't do something different. And with all due respect, what we're proposing is quite a bit different than they have in Red Cliff, but if other councillors have been to Red Cliff and think that we need to hear more about the differences between the two, I think Director Garland answered those questions for me, but if others wanted that as well. Those are the questions that I heard. I think Mayor Clark had a question about staff since January, if there's an answer to that question. I'm not sure if there were other questions that people had. Those were the ones that stood out to me as hearing questions, and those answers might be helpful before the next meeting. I would be prepared to proceed today. I feel like I have enough information, but those are the questions that I heard that it seems like people would like answers to before deliberating further.
Councillor McGrogan.
Thank you, and through the chair, I'm kind of the same ilk about the Halo request. You know, it's wonderful. So is the women's shelter, and you know every other ask that comes in, and I feel I'm hesitant to approve that, and the Stampede is another looming issue, facilities for the future. I know they're separate, but I think it's important that we either take them out, deal with them, and find out what the budget implications are going to be. So I guess, and as far as the composting project goes, I still think there were some questions that were asked tonight that they're in the middle of determining, and one of them is the well. And again, I did see the site out in Radcliffe, and I'm not saying that that's the permanent answer for the future, but I do think that I would be a lot more comfortable if there was a definitive discussion between the municipality and the town of Redcliffe around what it might and might not look like, and I had more of a definitive answer. So I love this budget. I think there's been lots of work done. I support almost all of it. I am reluctant in relation to the composting, just the way there's some unanswered questions, and cleaning up some of the other issues that we've talked about. So in my mind, I'd be more prepared to get some of these answers, even if it's the next meeting on the 16th that we're having, to kind of put a final stamp on this, but I can't support this with the lingering outstanding questions. And tonight I can't support it with the composting project and with the open-ended Halo issue and the other issues that has already been discussed. So I won't be supporting it as it stands, but I support the overall budget, and I appreciate the work that's been done.
Councillor Robbins, sorry, it's,
Yeah,
my
no.
focus is a little bit.
No, it's okay, it's all right.
askew.
Thank you, and through the chair, I think that what I'd like to, we have two motions on the table, but I'm going to suggest that we
I was, yeah. go ahead.
adjourn our deliberations to have questions that council has asked answered by administration for December 16th. I'm worried if we keep discussing budget and we actually have a vote on it, the budget won't pass, when I think with the answer to the questions, it well could pass, or maybe with some amendments would pass. So I'll make that motion that we continue this discussion at December 16th and ask admin to answer the questions that were posed tonight between now and that date.
To that, Councillor Robbins, maybe all outstanding business would be placed on December 16th, 2020.
Yeah, I think that happens by operation of the procedure bylaw if we don't get to it before 11.
You have to recommend.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll second that.
Councillor Dumanowski.
Yeah, through the chair. I didn't expect to get everyone's feathers all ruffled, and it is late, but I will say, I'm glad you made that point, Councillor Robbins, because if we voted no, we would essentially kill our own budget. So the only consideration based on past practice would be we're saying we have these questions, we're not sure, we want more. We typically would have those on the table today so that staff can come back with different options based on the outcome of those questions. So A, removing the waste treatment facility, implication on the budget, so that they have options very clearly spelled out for the final meeting of the year, which is where we must pass a budget. So I don't feel, I understand the need to recess this or delay it, but I think we need to have a high specificity around what we're asking staff to come back for our last and final meeting of the year.
Councillor Hirsch.
And I guess I'd be remiss if you know, my comments in regards to nonprofits, we're just trying to make this into a nice, neat little budget package. When we all recognize we get budget amendments, this doesn't mean it's the end for Halo in terms of our funding model. Maybe there might be requests come back when we do have our, call it our ducks in a row when it comes to that sort of strategy, then it can come back. So I mean, it's not in the penalty box for 2 years because it didn't make the budget. I think what's important, so we could, I think I'm very close in terms of the budget. I think we can look at different things, send staff back that maybe exclude it from the budget, but with a premise or an understanding that more work to be done on that. And then we come back in due course to have that done. So I don't want to get mired into the budget just has to be nailed, it has to be right. We do acknowledge that there's some moving parts here, but you know, really the skeleton and where we're at is largely complete. It's just a matter of kind of just driving it home. So I just wanted to feel the need to kind of point that out, that, you know, we could make amendments. We know that, as much as we don't really like doing that, but that's part of what we ended up doing in the past, so.
Mayor Clark?
I will second Councillor Robbins' motion to adjourn the meeting and put all of the remaining business on the December 16th council agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Clark. We had a seconder, but thank you.
Oh, I didn't hear. I apologize.
Oh, it's all good. So with that being said,
Just through the chair.
we
Sorry.
need to vote, sorry.
Can we ask our staff if they have clarity on what they're bringing back for the last meeting of the year?
Thank you, and through the chair, I have clarity on the food waste compass poster. I have clarity on Halo. I don't have clarity on what Mayor Clark is looking for, because I feel that we have repeatedly come back and answered that question over and over again, so I don't have clarity on that. The question that Mayor Clark is asking about the amount of staff, we've had Director Koken here, so I need some clarity on that. With regards to the budget, I do understand where you want to go, and because the 16th is our last evening to get it done before the end of the year, we will have, if the food composter's in, it's this, and if it's out, because we'll have to make sure that that's done. But I do need some clarity on the positions and what's needed, and if that's the will of all of council.
So I would just like to recommend that if we do have questions, I was talking with the city clerk, we should have those questions into city manager by end of week.
If I may, no one else has been required to have their question supported by everybody else on council. That seems to be a rule that only applies to me. What I'm asking for is that there was a presentation that came to close council in January of 2024, update it to also include from January, so that includes the entire period from the time that the December 22 motion was made until now.
Mayor Clark, city clerk is going to look into that. Which should, Councillor Van Dyke.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, apologies. I just wanted to confirm that there's no timing issue with the one, there was one other item on the agenda. Is there a timing issue with that, or can it go? It was the local growth and sustainability grant application. Was that, is that urgent? Does that need to be? It is urgent? I thought it might be.
So the deadline for the application is December 20th.
Oh, then it's okay? I just wanted to confirm before we ended the meeting.
So it would be okay if it's like on the 16th, yeah.
Okay.
So we still need to vote on the motion that's on the floor to adjourn the meeting. Thank you.
My vote is yes.
Thank you, everyone. This meeting is adjourned.